see you.
Yeah.
So, hello. Nice to see you again. How are you?
It's good to see you, my friend.
Likewise.
You know Gerald Duncan.
Hi, I'm Gerald Bell.
Steve McKeon.
Gerald.
He's the head of the Office of Safety and Epidemiology, so he's our boss. Steve is leading our
Okay.
he's doing a great job.
Great. Um, well, if you
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here this morning, people who are joining us here in person in the room and online, to the 8th Annual Sentinel Initiative Public Workshop, which is being convened by the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy, supported by a cooperative agreement with the FDA. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy. You all probably know us in previous years from our work convening this workshop as part of the Brookings Institution's health policy efforts. We are very pleased to continue to work with FDA, the Sentinel Coordinating Center, and all of the data partners in our new initiatives at Duke. Now in its 8th year, the Sentinel program and this annual event associated with it has become quite an establishment. But it's taken a lot of work to where we are to get to where we are today, and even more importantly, there are a lot of opportunities ahead, moving from possibilities and potential to delivering tangible results and to creating a more strong set of possibilities for the future is quite a journey, as many of you in this room can fully attest. You all know that the Sentinel Initiative began as the result of passage of the Food and Drug Administration Amendments Act back in 2007. That act mandated that the Food and Drug Administration develop a national electronic system to track the safety of regulated medical products, a form of active surveillance on whole populations that at the time was an important new step in post-market evidence on prescription drugs. In response to this charge, the FDA launched the Sentinel Initiative right after in 2008. Mini Sentinel, that pilot version of the Sentinel Initiative, utilized electronic health data, including health insurance claims and other electronic clinical data from a network of partners through the development of a common data model and a shared governance for turning the analytic products of that data into meaningful insights. This common data model and the analyses associated with it has formed the basis for Sentinel's distributed analytic architecture. As of August 2015, the Sentinel system contains data and permits analyses on drug safety surveillance issues on about 200 million individuals, representing about 5.5 billion unique medical encounters of observations related to drug safety surveillance. Sentinel has established the infrastructure for conducting rapid, active surveillance in near real time on this data system. That infrastructure has allowed Sentinel as well to conduct some increasingly in-depth analyses called protocol-based assessments using data from a significant part of the U.S. population, all while relying on a distributed model, keeping the data that's used in healthcare delivery at home in the systems that need it for treating patients and improving patient care. Over the last 8 years, it's been quite a journey to see the Sentinel Initiative change from this kind of vision to a reality, a major force in drug safety surveillance in the United States. And now, with the growing interest and opportunities to further leverage real-world evidence to improve the quality and the value of healthcare, Sentinel is an integral component, a foundation for our nation's learning health system. With the emphasis on better utilizing real-world evidence, a key part of current legislative efforts as well, such as the 21st Century Cures Act and the upcoming PDUFA and MDUFA legislative reauthorizations, we have a unique opportunity to continue to build on this foundation. Sentinel has laid a foundation that enables us to explore new and innovative uses of data from real-world practice, and we're going to hear more about those possibilities later today. As Sentinel continues to mature, it will also be vitally important for the public not only to be aware of this system, but to help identify and find the best path forward for this unique set of capabilities to learn about safety issues and develop other types of evidence that can help improve care for all Americans. And these are some of the big picture themes that we'll be covering throughout the day, and that's a good transition for me to provide a brief overview of the agenda. First, we're going to hear from Janet Woodcock, the director of the FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, on her perspective on the Sentinel Initiative's progress to date, I think especially knowing Janet, the vision for the future. Next, we'll hear from FDA's leadership across CDER and CBER and CDRH on the value that Sentinel and the principles behind Sentinel bring to different centers and what the agency has in store for this program and other extensions that can work with it as efforts move forward to learn more about evidence from real-world practice. For the rest of the morning, we'll be exploring how the Sentinel system is specifically being used by the FDA. Rich Platt, who's the PI of the Sentinel system, is going to provide his annual State of Sentinel presentation. That'll give a background on Sentinel, and it will highlight some of the major projects, especially from the past year, along with some of the innovative methods and tools being developed that can permit further advances in system capabilities for the future. Rich's presentation will set up the 2 sessions that follow. First, we'll take a deep dive into some specific uses of Sentinel, where we'll hear from leads on the Sentinel program at FDA from CDER and CBER about some of the major safety evaluations illustrating how the Sentinel initiative has been used recently. Then we'll hear from more Sentinel experts on how new data sources and methods development are advancing these system capabilities further. After a lunch break, we're going to turn to our focus on the future of Sentinel, exploring potential new uses and new users of Sentinel's data infrastructure for purposes going beyond safety surveillance. We're pleased to have with us for that senior leaders from FDA, CDC, NIH, PCORI, and the Reagan-Udall Foundation, part of the many organizations that are coming together now to find better ways to learn from the data systems that support healthcare, electronic healthcare in this country. Lastly, we'll hear from a broad array of stakeholders, patients, consumers, providers, payers, and manufacturers for feedback on what they've heard throughout the day, as well as their thoughts on how to move the Sentinel system forward, since this is, after all, a very broad public-private collaboration that only works because of the shared commitment of all of the stakeholders in our healthcare system. We're fortunate as part of this effort to have the set of speakers with us today. So I think there's a lot to learn and a lot of ideas and new perspectives that are going to be exchanged at this meeting. But I want to emphasize that this is not only an opportunity for the public to hear about what's going on with Sentinel from FDA and the other stakeholders who are involved, but also an opportunity for thoughtful questions and comments. In past meetings, the topics that have come up here at this meeting have had an important impact on further development and ideas to make the Sentinel system and other systems like it that rely on real-world evidence work even more effectively. So we welcome all of you who are taking the time and effort to be here today, both in person and online, and there will be some opportunities for questions, comments as the day progresses. I want to quickly go over a few housekeeping items before we get started. First, while this is a public meeting and the event is being broadcast online, everything you say will be part of the record. As you'll note on the agenda, there will be a number of panelists who will help kick off each session. And again, there will be time after those initial discussions and discussions among the panel participants for questions. We're going to have a couple of microphones in the front of the room where those of you who are in the room can come up to ask questions and make comments. As a heads up to panelists, we'll have one of our staff members, Serena Coates. Serena, raise your hand. There you are. Sitting up front. She will help you keep track of the time during your presentation. So look at those time cards. And for those of you who are here, feel free to help yourself to coffee and beverages throughout the day. They're located in the back area of the room. After we finish our morning sessions, there will be a lunch break. There are a number of restaurants close by. I think we've got a list of nearby restaurants included in the reminder email that we sent yesterday, and you can also ask our staff right out at the registration desk out front for any recommendations. You're also welcome to bring food back here to the room for the afternoon session. So that's an overview of some of the basic logistics for the day. And now I'd like to get straight to our program by introducing our keynote speaker, Janet Woodcock, the director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. Janet has been a tremendous force in FDA for a long time. Her visionary leadership in particular has been key to the development of the Sentinel initiative, which grew out of that pilot project I mentioned before, and even before that grew out of a vision that Janet helped develop for how these kinds of evidence systems could be used, drawing from a very diverse healthcare system, not only for safety surveillance, but for other important evidence questions as well. We're going to hear more about those applications later in the day, but I can't think of anybody better to start off this meeting and provide an overview of where we are headed, where we're headed than Janet. Janet, thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. I see people who've been on this journey with us for the last 8 years. And thank you all for sticking with us, and thanks to everyone else who's come to learn about this. It really is hard to believe it's been 8 years that we've been building this initiative. But FDA, since our launch in 2008, we've been committed and remain committed to making this happen. We've had a successful mini Sentinel pilot, and we have now transitioned, I can declare, mini Sentinel to a fully functioning Sentinel system, which was kind of the vision and body that Congress directed us to do those 8 years ago. And Mark McClellan really had, I think, a big hand in getting that legislation enacted and the directions for us to do this. So we have really accomplished a lot, and in the last year, we've not only transitioned to Sentinel, but we've really begun to institutionalize Sentinel as an integral part of our safety surveillance, a more routine and integral part of overall safety surveillance of drugs, biologics, and so forth. And the success is really shared by many of you here, because this was a huge collaborative effort. Too many names to mention and count have contributed to this and are continuing to contribute because of the nature of the data that we draw from and the scientific processes. This has truly been a collaboration across a lot of different sectors. And we also needed a lot of scientific input for the methods, and that's still something that really needs continued development, is scientific effort on how do we best analyze the data that we get. So we've also developed needed infrastructure and governance, and this is something we focused on from the start, and Rachel Sherman and Melissa Robb, who I don't know whether they're here today, but they really focused from the beginning on making this something that would be acceptable to the public, that would be, we had a lot of public input, that governance would be transparent and people would understand that we were taking care of those important concerns of privacy and safety of the data and so forth. But we really want to now enable other groups to leverage the work done in Sentinel, as Mark has alluded to already. We want the infrastructure that's available to be used, hopefully, in the future for other purposes, such as public health activities, other public health activities, research activities, perhaps quality improvement activities. And I think we've seen some of this already. So we've not only built an infrastructure that we can use for safety surveillance, we hope that the infrastructure part of Sentinel will be something that can be a foundation or utilized for many purposes. So Mini Sentinel gave us an important start, but we've continued to learn a lot over the past year as we've transitioned from the Mini Sentinel pilot to the official Sentinel system. But we can, as of today, officially drop Mini from Sentinel, and now we will refer to it as the Sentinel system because it is up and running as a operational part of our safety surveillance system. So before talking about the future and where we need to go with this, I want to take a step back and talk about what has happened over the last year to make this occur. And you're going to hear some of this in more detail during the day. What we have done operationally is transitioned management and development of the Sentinel program, sort of the nexus of it, from CDER's Office of Medical Policy to CDER's Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. Now, Sentinel is a partnership between CBER and CDER, but we had to have one sort of operational location, so that's in the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. OSE has always been participating in Sentinel, but now we're going to grow the program within OSE because we seek to operationalize it in safety surveillance. We've established needed policies, procedures, and organization to move us from the development phase to the routine operational phase. We're working with CBER to expand their vaccine and blood product surveillance capabilities under their post-market rapid immunization safety monitoring program, otherwise known as PRISM, and the Blood Surveillance Continuous Active Network, or blood scan, to specific activities which show how we can look at specific groups of products within Sentinel and have sort of programs underneath the overall umbrella. We're also coordinating with CDRH, the Device Center, to leverage the Sentinel infrastructure to complement the National Evaluation System for Medical Devices and NESMD. Obviously, there are going to be some issues in incorporating devices fully into this because of lack of identification of devices in some of the records that are used. But the future, I think, would be to integrate as Devices has been doing, and we're really excited about working with the Device Center on that. And to meet the Amendments Act 2007 mandate that Mark referred to and prevent confusion, okay, we have stood up what we call the Active Risk Identification and Analysis System, or ARIA, and those words are the words that are used in the statute that we had to implement, an Active Risk Identification and Analysis System. We view that as a subcomponent of the Sentinel system that is specifically directed at that statutory mandate. But we view this Sentinel as broader than that, and that way we can keep our legislative mandate straight. Okay, but that will be doing that safety analysis that we have been doing. So ARIA uses the existing modular analysis methods in the Sentinel infrastructure to evaluate safety signals. And it's a key component of integrating Sentinel into our routine regulatory processes. Now, we've expanded access to healthcare data, as you just heard from Mark. So now we have about 193 million members in data and about 351 million person years of observation time, and we hope this will keep growing over time. We've brought the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts and Hospital Corporation of America in as data partners, and both have transformed their data into the Sentinel Common Data Model. And HCA provides access from inpatient hospitalization, including medications and transfusions, a critical part of our healthcare system that we need more information and visibility into. So that's very exciting. Additionally, we've started the process of integrating the Medicare Virtual Research Data Center into Sentinel, and that will give us better access in Sentinel on data on patients over 65 who are in Medicare. Additionally, we started the process, also we're working with PCORnet, Clinical Data Research Network partners who are Sentinel collaborators. So we're trying to reach out to all parties that are doing these types of activities, integrate them to the extent possible, and we will continue to work on this type of integration. Maybe linkage, maybe mergers, we'll have to see, but whatever is appropriate given the circumstances of the parties. In 2015, and you're going to hear more about this, FDA had 17 active protocol-based assessments. That's where we actually wrote a protocol to do an evaluation, including from CBER and CDER, and we used the rapid query capabilities of Sentinel to run close to 2,000 different scenarios in Sentinel. So this is becoming an instrument that we can rapidly turn to answer certain questions or get more insight into safety problems. Now, as mandated by PDUFA 5, which is the user fee negotiations, okay, I know I'm using a lot of acronyms here, but the last user fee negotiations, we were asked to perform an interim assessment of the Sentinel program. And that's a good idea. The assessment evaluated the strengths, the limitations, and the uses of Sentinel, at that time, mini Sentinel, to inform regulatory actions related to safety issues. And the report really did highlight our accomplishments and gave us some recommendations for improving Sentinel, and we are working on those recommendations and how we would implement them. And the Sentinel interim assessment was posted in September 2015 in the PDUFA 5 section of the FDA.gov website. Good luck finding it, but you could Google it. And, you know, for those of you who want to know at that point, at that snapshot in time, what was the assessment of how the system was performing. Now, so that's what we've done. We've been very busy with this transition. I think we're all, you know, it's gone very well. We're very pleased with it. Trying to talk about the future of the Sentinel program. We're going to continue to develop this in stages as we have been doing. We want to continue to expand our access to new data types. We will continue to also develop analytic methods to enhance our safety surveillance capabilities, and especially the speed, which is always very important when safety questions arise. And that would mean we have a good menu of analytical methods we can use to tailor to the problem at hand. There's always seems to be different nuances to every different safety problem that arises. We're committed to supporting the development of a national resource, and what do I mean with that? I've presented this, as Mark was more or less alluding to, at every Sentinel meeting like this from the beginning, okay, is that if we develop this, and we were happy to do the infrastructure, the common data model, the data partners and everything, we have no pride of ownership. We don't want this to be used for Sentinel alone. This is a national resource, and we're continuing to push forward on trying to explore how other researchers can also use this resource, and how can this be shaped into something that can be used to answer many questions about healthcare, and there are many to answer. And of course, we're also working with PCORnet and with PCORI on trying to figure out how we can link their capabilities with Sentinel capabilities. So we would like to work with all of you here and others to really create that national data infrastructure so that other government agencies, academic researchers, industry researchers can access the digital data in a form that meets their needs to answer the questions that they have. And we'll keep pressing on that. We're committed to that. So I think that's a very exciting possibility, because one of the things we have done by building Sentinel is done the proof of concept. This is doable. It can yield actionable information, and it can do it fairly rapidly and reasonably reliably. And so, you know, it shows that this can be done, and we can build on it. We need to focus on this sort of capability, not just for observational studies, but this will be outside of ARIA, but for randomized trials in this real-world setting. Because once this infrastructure is established, and particularly as we have access to medical records in various ways that protect privacy and so forth, there's also opportunities to conduct randomized studies to answer questions that really aren't amenable to being answered by observational studies. So we're working with PCORnet, the NIH Collaboratory, and CDRH's program that also have similar goals and objectives to use real-world evidence, as Mark said, for robust answers by conducting randomization. This creates a whole another set of issues around informed consent and all these sorts of things, but we believe these are manageable, and I think the NIH Collaboratory has done some work that shows you can do very cost-effective randomized trials and get answers that are really important to healthcare. So we are totally on board with that, and not only on board, we're actually trying to push this along. And we're also at the very early stages of developing what we call the Guardian system. The Guardian would be our use of the Sentinel infrastructure for slightly different aims, to actively gather information about the performance of regulated medical products out in healthcare beyond the safety questions that are being asked by Sentinel. But it would rely on the Sentinel infrastructure for part of its operations. So that would be our piece of what we foresee many parties doing, is utilizing this infrastructure for various purposes. And of course, this would help us all. We're constantly racked by questions about the performance of medical products that are not answerable in a fast enough time to get the answers we need. And many of the parties and stakeholders represented in this audience have the same objectives. So in the next 5 years, can we put together a system that can efficiently answer those questions that are needed using the tools, whether it's randomization, observational studies, registries, whatever, long-term cohort studies, whatever it might be, using the appropriate tools. I have 0 time and I'm done, so thank you. So that's the long-term vision. Now, in summary, Sentinel has become an important part of our routine safety surveillance. We hope that active surveillance piece, as drugs come and they get approved and they go through the pre-market evaluation, we get on the market, we're watching them. That was the original vision. We're watching those newly approved drugs. But we have to better utilize and understand the further uses, both for regulatory and then for other uses. In addition, on the practical side, we're going to enhance the Sentinel infrastructure. We need to enhance the scientific methods and enhance our staff expertise, and actually our numbers of our staff, okay, that work on this project in order to fully operationalize it. And then we will, over the next year, you're going to see an unfolding, I think, of heightening our efforts to developing this national resource, this national infrastructure for answering questions, for generating evidence about medical products. So that's very exciting. So it's been a great journey so far. I again thank all of you who've been with us and contributed for the last 8 years, and I look forward to all the work to come and really pay off for the public. Thank you.
Janet, thank you very much for those opening comments and for doing a great job for setting the tone. While I'm introducing this next session, I'd like to ask all of the panelists for this next session to come on up on stage while I introduce them. That includes Janet, who you just heard from, also Gerald Delpan, the Director of the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, and Steve Anderson, the Director of the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research at FDA, and Greg Pappas, the Associate Director for National Device Surveillance at the Center for Devices and Radiologic Health at FDA. So Janet did a great job of providing context where we've been, where we are, where we're headed. Now we're going to hear from some of the other senior FDA leadership, really spanning across the agency, about the uses, the value of the Sentinel system today to the different centers, how it impacts FDA decisions and processes, and also where their perspectives on where we're heading from here. Some of the questions that we expect to address during this session include more details on how FDA is benefiting from its use of Sentinel, and by extension, the American public, how the Sentinel system is impacting the pre-market and post-market regulatory processes at FDA, and then once again, what's the path forward from here. So we're going to start with opening comments from each of the panelists, and then we'll have a little bit of time for discussion. Gerald, if you don't mind, go ahead with you.
So my opening comments are going to be very short. You've heard from Janet about the big picture. You'll hear later from Marcia Reichman later this morning what we're doing more operationally in CEDAR and OSC to incorporate Sentinel into our review processes. I think what's different now from, say, 7 or 8 years ago is that while we always had observational data available for use, and we did use observational data for formal epidemiologic studies, each time we used it, we had to, in some ways, reinvent the wheel. We had to start from the beginning and develop statistical programs, protocols, find the data, et cetera. Now we have a system that has done that through its distributed data network, through the common data model, through the development of the types of programs that you'll hear about from Marcia later today, or perhaps from Rich Platt. We can use these data much more effectively, and I think it establishes observational data as a very important component of our post-market drug safety work. It's one tool in our toolbox. We still rely very heavily on old-fashioned adverse event reports. The MedWatch system, where people can write into us or to companies, and then companies send us these reports. Our last analysis was they account for 50% of our safety-related label changes. So they're still important, but I think this is a very powerful tool in our toolbox.
Thanks, Gerald, for the big picture from CEDAR. I'd now like to turn to Steve Anderson to talk about how CBER is using the Sentinel system for monitoring the safety of vaccines, blood products, and biologics.
All right, well, thank you very much. So I was going to also pick up the theme of how we're integrating Sentinel into our regulatory processes. So we've been expanding what I'm calling the CBER Sentinel enterprise, and expanding its organizational structure within the center and its organizational reach. We're increasing our staff in order to sort of better man Sentinel and using the Sentinel system to address specific regulatory questions, address our responsibilities in the regulatory arena. Several of the changes that we've made make the system sort of a more center-wide endeavor rather than an office-based endeavor. It was sort of more office-focused when it was mini Sentinel. Our sort of twist on the management of it is to move it more up so that it's managed by my office, Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology, but it's also a shared resource for the center to conduct safety studies. So. And what does that mean? So we have our product office colleagues that we're now directly participating as members of the Sentinel study teams. They're providing valuable input, that valuable review perspective on the questions that could be addressed and the types of studies we could use. And then also our OBE colleagues, my product office colleagues in the center, are also engaged in sort of committees at the center level to do more prioritization and also drive decision-making for the Sentinel system. So we've got a lot that we're sort of doing as we've shifted into the Sentinel system as far as organizationally. We're also doing training that will come online later this year. Again, that's really to engage the staff, educate them on Sentinel and how it can be used in the regulatory work. We're calling that right now CBER Sentinel 101, but again, it's a way to sort of get people more engaged in the center. There's a lot of interest in Sentinel throughout the center, and I think the training will help sort of inculcate some of the, and also propagate more interest in using it in the regulatory mission. So again, how are we specifically using Sentinel? Well, Sentinel queries, the studies, are considered in our pre-licensure reviews. So as we're going through the BLA process, our safety people on the committees from the office are considering how might Sentinel be used. And it might be to answer general questions, so a general safety study. It might be in lieu doing Sentinel studies in lieu of doing things like post-marketing commitments. Where we have specific safety concerns, we might do a Sentinel study or query focused analysis in lieu of doing a post-market requirement. So following on to that, what happens in the post-market setting, in the peri-approval setting, so for the first 18 months We're obviously using Sentinel queries, again, to inform the safety of those new products. And then finally, sort of the longer term, this is a surveillance system, a long-term surveillance system. So any questions that arise later on after a product's been on the market, we're using Sentinel to study that. I wanted to shift to talk about some of the future aspects since Janet's talked about where their thinking is. Our thinking is we're very excited. People are going to talk this afternoon and later this morning about the HCA inpatient data. That's going to add immense capabilities to our abilities to monitor the safety of the blood supply. Most transfusions occur in the hospital setting. So this is a game changer for us because we didn't have this capability before, but now we do. So we're really excited about having that additional capability. And that's coming online, and it's in development, and I think we're nearing the final stages where we're able to use those data. The other is signal identification capabilities. So Martin Kaldorf and Azadeh Shwabi are going to talk about how we're using TreeScan, which is a data mining tool. That takes us into the realm of signal identification, which is an area, I mean, we've largely used Sentinel for signal resolution and refinement. We're now moving the system into something where we can do signal identification. So we're very excited again to bring that capability online. It's still in development, but we've moved it to pilot, and now we're just getting ready, I think, to operationalize it. Finally, another area that I'll add, well, not finally, I have two more points, but adding elements to the common data model for us, that means like zip code information, and specifically, we want to use the system in a unique way that it maybe wasn't envisioned, which is to track emerging infectious diseases. And I think the one that's on everybody's breath right now is obviously the Zika virus. And for us, these are issues that revolve and impact blood safety. So by adding this type of information, we can use this in a new way that it probably wasn't envisioned for tracking emerging infectious diseases and inform blood safety policies. And then finally, Janet mentioned the Guardian system as a sort of a parallel system for doing effectiveness type work potentially. Our center is engaged and has done one study using CMS data to evaluate high-dose influenza vaccine. That was a very successful sort of pilot study. And obviously, we'd like to carry on that work in the Sentinel system. And that's, I think I've said enough, so I'll stop there.
Thanks very much, Steve. Great overview. And I'd like to turn next to Greg Pappas, who's a relatively new addition at CDRH, doing some relatively new but very large-scale activities related to device surveillance. Very pleased as part of the Duke Margolis Center to be involved in with many other groups in a national effort to try to get to a higher level of device evidence development. So Greg, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. It's a great opportunity to speak here today. I have three things I'd like to share with you. First of all, I'd like to position devices within the learning healthcare system, which we think of as a network of networks. I'd like to also then talk about CDRH's enthusiasm for the expansion of Sentinel and ways in which we envision being able to leverage the resources, the national resource there, to answer questions in the device space. And third, I want to say a little bit about future steps also, things that we see coming up in the near future. First of all, the device space work, we call this a National Medical Evaluation System or National Evaluation System for Medical Devices. The name's a bit fluid right now. I'll say more about that. But we see it very much as a node in a network of networks and as part of a learning healthcare system. And our core data strategy that we're currently using very much makes the point. So in the device space, we have unique challenges and unique resources. We don't have a UDI that is currently in claims or in electronic medical records, a very important agenda for the future, but we are able to uniquely identify devices in registries. So for many of our important devices, implantables, we have registries, and our core data strategy is a linked registry approach. We have been using linked registries. We start with a registry, we identify a cohort, and then we link it to claims data. This is what we've been doing in the past. to provide us with outcome data. We've used this approach to support regulatory decision-making. Studies have been done that have led to label expansions. There are a series of post-approval studies that are using this technique. We've done signal identification. And very exciting, we have a pre-market study going into the field this spring called RAPID. It's in the peripheral vascular device space, where we're randomizing a device nested in a registry, and then linking that data with longitudinal data coming from claims. Very exciting. It does many things for us. It helps us achieve our mantra, better, faster, cheaper. We're looking at devices, and some of these devices, we're studying 90% of the people who received the device, not a small sample, but a diverse population that has actually received device. We're able to enroll people much more quickly into these studies, and we are able to do it at a relatively modest cost compared to a freestanding study. So we're very excited about this core data strategy that's in use currently. Our system has foundations, tools, infrastructure, and some use cases, not as well developed because of the limitations I mentioned. The second piece is our excitement about utilization of Sentinel and the expansion of Sentinel within this context of a network of networks. We have, CDRH has a contract, actually it's an agreement, that we awarded in October of last year to a university to link a registry, this is actually in the orthopedic and vascular space, with Sentinel and PCORI. So we've done it we're doing it routinely with claims data out of CMS, and obviously there are technical issues that need to work through, but maybe at our next meeting next year, we can hear a report about how this exciting work's going forward. So as Dr. Woodcock has said for many years, Sentinel will be a resource for all of us to use, and we are very excited about that. Finally, I'll just say a word about where we're going in the future. A lot of work to be done with registries. Registries, some of them are very mature and we're using them, but bringing all registries up to regulatory grade, that is good enough for FDA to use, is an important effort. If you're interested in this issue, you can look on the MD EpiNet website, our public-private partnership, and look at the registry task force, which has a series of recommendations of how to move that industry forward. Second, implementation of UDI. We're doing very exciting work in the area of devices that are implantable. We're not able to do that kind of work in areas of devices, multi-use devices, scopes, that don't have registries, and they won't have registries. And so we need to promote the UDI in claims. And then finally, we're excited about standing up a coordinating center. Our approach has been a little different. We kind of have held back on a coordinating center per se, doing the work, kind of an artisanal approach to it, doing important little studies or big studies, but as a one-off kind of artistic effort, and moving that into an industrial production is where we want to go with a coordinating center, which we hope to stand up this summer. So with that, I'd like to thank you.
Great, Greg. Thanks. Lots going on at CDRH related to these surveillance and other activities too. I'd like to come back to that. One of the things that I think you all mentioned is the reflection of the importance of these types of Sentinel and the programs that it's increasingly linking to. Reflection of that is the structural changes that seem to be occurring in how Sentinel type information is incorporated. So Janet, Gerald, maybe you could start, and then Steve, I'll ask you the same kind of question. You all both described changes in how Sentinel is housed within the agency, this move from mini Sentinel to Sentinel, and I don't know if that means that we're going to have mega Sentinel in a few years. But does it, in all seriousness, does this mean that Sentinel is becoming a mature, well-integrated part of regulatory processes? And is there anything you can add about for people who are developing products or consumers who are concerned about safety, about how you see the fit of Sentinel into the pre-market and post-market regulatory processes? I presume that's a part of the reason for the structural changes.
So let me start with that. So yes, as Janet mentioned, we announced last year that the overall operational responsibility came over to my office, and that transition's been complete. But it clearly does not mean that this is located in one office. First of all, it's a resource for the entire medical product sector of the agency. So Steve, Greg, and I work quite closely together on this. Within CEDAR, we've really had to educate lots of people about what these data are and how they can use them. This isn't just the province of a small group of epidemiologists and statisticians who focus just on Sentinel all day. We need them involved in every analysis we do because of their expertise in that area. But we've had to provide training to all our pharmacists who look at adverse event reports, to the physicians in the Office of New Drugs who are responsible for safety in those particular review divisions, so that we can fully integrate this. We can't integrate this if people don't understand what the data are, what the system it is, the things it can do, the things it can't do, just like any other data resource we have. So and then we need to hear back from them about what future improvements might be, so that it can answer a growing set of questions. And we work with Greg and we work with Steve and their teams on this. So it's mainly used in the post-approval space because it's you have to have a product marketed to have data on it in Sentinel. But as we look in the pre-market period, during the review period, toward the end of the review cycle, when we're starting to figure out what we might want to monitor, it's understanding the capabilities of Sentinel that are important in planning that post-market monitoring.
Sure. So I'll say for our office and the center, I think that this scale-up really is a long-term process. So I think we're sort of on the beginning of the journey, and I would say the infrastructure that I proposed is under development and it's being implemented. I would say we're 50% of the way through where our first phase is. But I think it's my most important part is really, I think I'll echo some of what Gerald has said, is educating the staff. That's the biggest job, and really engaging them, because right now, during a BLA, we'll be sitting in the room and they'll turn to us to ask us applications. And what I want is for people to be able to have an idea of what those applications are, so they can help us better answer those questions and the questions of regulatory concern. So that's really sort of our major goal and effort, is really, again, it's like bringing it out of our office and sort of preaching the word, spreading the word to the product offices. It sounds sort of hokey, but we're probably going to spend most of our effort doing that over the next months and years. The other part is also engaging the office leadership and center leadership in decision making around priorities, because we come up with many different priorities, 20 different proposals for protocol-based assessments. Our office has had to winnow down some of those, and what we'd like to do is, this is a shared center process by which to do that. So again, I think this is a valuable tool. We're still learning how to use it like everybody else, and I think the more we educate our staff and other center staffs on how to use it, I think the better off we'll be, better job we can do on our surveillance job.
Thanks. And Greg, structural changes related to this kind of evidence development also taking place at CDRH. In fact, you're a product of that.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, this is my 1-year anniversary. My first day on the job at the FDA was this meeting, the last mini-Sentinel meeting. Analogous to Steve and Gerald, we are working to bring this knowledge or these new tools to the staff. Actually, CDRH has elevated this establishment of a national medical device evaluation system to a strategic priority for our center. So it's a, it's a center-wide activity where we're trying to engage reviewers on all the various parts of the center, people in compliance, so they can understand if a study comes using a linked registry, what do they do with it? There's a whole series of issues that have to be addressed, working through, while our biostatistics folks have vetted and approved the methodologies that we've used to date. That is an ongoing effort. All aspects of our team have to understand how to use these data, and so it's a major challenge that we're undertaking as a strategic priority for the center. Thanks.
Yeah, and I noticed you were talking about the medical device evaluation system. I remember when CDRH first started talking about this strategic direction. I think the term was medical device surveillance system, and also noted some of the comments on the CDER side as well, with the Guardian notion about moving into effectiveness as well. Do you all want to comment on what seems like to be not only expanded use for safety surveillance and more integration with center activities throughout FDA, but real move into effectiveness questions too? Greg, do you want to start?
Thanks for the question, because it's an opportunity for me to correct my introduction. So my title is not for surveillance, actually, it's for evaluation. As we've moved, so when we started this effort with some white papers in 2008, it was called a surveillance system. But if you read the report, it was really clear it was a multi-purpose system that was supposed to support surveillance, pre-market studies, signal, the whole gamut of needs for device evaluation. The formal transition to the word evaluation came with the National Registry Task Force that made that transition. So we've migrated with, CDRH has migrated with that report. But it was very much there, but now we're kind of more explicit about it. Surveillance is not being diminished in any way in this effort, but we see the stakeholders understand the clear utility of the system that we're developing for multiple purposes.
Okay, so we are definitely moving into the effectiveness area and using Sentinel. So one area that we have in Sentinel already under development is we have a white paper that we're doing. Essentially, it's a feasibility study on how we can use Sentinel to do effectiveness studies. We've shown that CMS data can effectively be used for effectiveness type studies. We have another set of projects with the herpes zoster vaccine, and we continue work on influenza, since influenza is such an important part of what we do. Plus, doing it in Medicare, obviously that's a good set of data to focus on a disease that highly impacts the elderly. But obviously, our next movement is obviously do more work in Sentinel. We have a number of proposed projects that we were thinking of funding, and we probably will fund those this year, looking at other specific vaccines. But again, it's in developmental phases, and so, but it's moving forward.
We too are interested in CEDAR, how these types of data can be used for evidence generation. And as Steve said, this is in the very, very, very exploratory phases. Melissa Robb from our Office of Medical Policy is going to talk more about that this afternoon. Just that this is very big interest to us and very, very, very early.
Yeah, we all know that that when a medical product reaches the market, there are many, many unanswered questions about its use, not only about its safety performance, but about its general performance and what populations it could be expanded to and use and so forth. So, and this has plagued us forever because safety isn't a single standalone issue. It's really benefit risk. And we need to be able to rapidly and inexpensively find out about the actual performance of the product, both for ill and for good, as fast as possible. So these are really two sides of the same coin. We started with safety. That was our statutory mandate. But clearly there's an interest in generating evidence in a much more efficient manner than what we're able to do now, because we're plagued with the same things Gerald described we did with safety. We used it, I can guarantee you, we hemorrhaged a very large amount of money to do these standalone epi studies, and as the person who runs the budget in Cedar, I was not too happy with this. So, the money we put into Sentinel, which has been substantial investment, but nevertheless, it's a enduring product of investment rather than these standalone studies, which answered one question, or sometimes, or not infrequently, you were left at the end of the day with a lot of unanswered questions after you spent $10 million and did a standalone epi study. So we got to get better at doing this, and the same pertains, I think, to other questions about product performance beyond pure safety. We got to get better at doing that. We got to get more efficient. We got to get faster, and we have to have answers to these questions in a timely manner. So we're really, that's where we're driving to. But again, it's going to take another effort. It's going to take, there are different parameters involved when you're randomizing subjects or you're doing these kind of studies versus public health surveillance, which is what we've been doing. But we can see the future, and we're going to try to get there.
Great, thanks. Great discussion. We are tight for time, but we do have microphones up at the front if there are any questions before we wrap up this session. Please come forward. Just-in-time microphones. Great. And please identify who you are when you ask your question.
I'm Tom Moore with the Institute for Safe Medication Practices, and every year I like to ask Dr. Woodcock, can you estimate about how many FTEs and what the budget for Sentinel looks like, either at present or in the future?
I'd have to get back to you on that, but of course I do have, I think, a pretty good idea of, but there are a lot of factors in play that will, might influence that over the coming years, but we put about $10–15 million a year in there, okay? So that's not, if you think of federal, this isn't a really big investment. I don't know what CBER puts in money too. I mean, like I said, we're partners in this, and the FTEs have not been that great internally. Maybe not very large.
And just to be a little provocative, as we're heading into another user fee era, these are the resources for this program are coming from within the overall kind of post-market budget for the centers.
Yeah, so our budget, it's operating. It was really through the largesse originally in our center of Dr. Midtune to really set aside the money. I think our budget goes anywhere from about $5 to $8 million a year. And as far as FTEs, our FTE allotment and allocation is very small for Sentinel. I would say overall, if we count it across the center for us, it's like 5 to 7. We're just now sort of having a full-time Sentinel person that I'm bringing on board using some of my other FTE allocations. So it's really a run on a shoestring in a way, and that's why we're enlarging the sort of enterprise, because it really needs to, because we're running large portfolios of work that really require people to really, man the studies.
And we'll be doing the same, as ramping up the staffing as we get a dedicated unit within sort of OSE to manage this program. It'll become significantly larger. Most of the resources have been external, okay? And that was one of the reasons I think we were billed this efficiently. We didn't use government IT systems.
Very leveraged given the amount of reports and studies and other analyses that are coming out of this. Time for one more question.
Mary Tobin from the Alliance for Clinical Research Excellence and Safety. I was working on the MedWatch program back when Sentinel was just getting started. And it was actually the MedWatch Partners program, and we ran into all kinds of problems because a lot of the partners wanted to help the FDA, and we couldn't legally get around that. Has that been answered for Sentinel? I mean, rather than just having lots of partners out there that give you data, can they give you other stuff for free?
Well, there's something called the Anti-Deficiency Act and that Congress passed that I will not take time to explain, but the short answer is no. The long answer is we have the Reagan-Udall Foundation, we have the IMEDS project within this, and we're seeking a public-private partnership to work on, right now, to work on analytical methods to address these data. So we're seeking to build a public-private partnership that will enable people to contribute.
I want to thank you all for a great discussion, and we're going to come back to some of these same themes and issues later in the day. Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to move right into another very important address. Just as we have a few other traditions now, it seems, in these annual Sentinel meetings, like Tom Moore's question about resources for Sentinel. One very special, what I hope will be a tradition, is the State of Sentinel talk from Rich Platt. Rich, my friend and colleague, is professor and chair of the Department of Population Medicine at Harvard Medical School, the executive director of the Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Institute, and his claim to fame right now this morning is as the principal investigator of the Sentinel system, who many of you know has been a regular speaker at these workshops, but more importantly, the integral force over the years that has driven the development of the Sentinel vision and the implementation of this vision as a true public-private partnership. Most of the data that's housed, the analyses that, or the pieces of analyses that are conducted doesn't happen at FDA, and that's one reason why those FDA budget numbers that you heard were so small relative to the volume and quality and comprehensiveness across the population of the Sentinel activities that are being undertaken. So, Rich, we're very pleased to have you back with us this year to provide an overview of some of the major accomplishments over the past year, prelude to what's in store, and what I hope is also your tradition of rolling the credits that's longer than the Oscars. Is that still going to have that this time?
That list, thanks, Mark. That list got too long. I have to say it. It took about 12 seconds to run, and it took 2 days to create. And so wait for the last slide there, but not the credits. So Mark and Janet and Gerald and Steve and Greg have made my job very easy this morning, because all I have to do is a little explication of the comments that they've made. I'll spend the first few minutes on the basics of Sentinel if you haven't been part of the last 7 annual meetings. That is, in the 3 domains that FDA is interested in having Sentinel work in, we have concentrated our effort in this middle domain, signal refinement, being able to do initial evaluation of safety concerns, and we focused on building a series of capabilities that let us do that. We have started to expand in both directions in the data mining and protocol-based evaluation areas. But if you ask where's the center of gravity been, it's been in developing these tools that can go from there's a question about whether the agency should be concerned and devote considerable resources to being able to give an answer fairly quickly. Looks like there's nothing here, or there does seem to be something that deserves additional attention. Sentinel is comprised of 2 main sets of partners. There are organizations that either provide care or pay for care, and they are both scientific partners and data partners. So that's that middle layer there. And we also have a number of organizations that are partners because they have scientists who can provide high-quality content expertise for us. The Operations Center is in my home shop at the Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Institute, which is where we house a department of Harvard Medical School. A real foundation of the Sentinel system is a distributed network that we and our partners have created that allows the FDA to ask questions of organizations that have data that has useful information without those organizations, while those organizations maintain complete control over the data. They maintain physical control over the data, and they maintain operational control. So the way that we do that is by negotiation, decide on a standard format of the data, which we call a common data model. Each organization transforms its data into the common data model. We do a substantial amount of quality checking, and then those data stay with the organizations and are available to be used to answer questions, and those questions are asked in the form of computer programs that are distributed. So having made the transformation, one program can run in each organization and provide an answer. Those answers are almost always just numbers, and so there's a very high level of protection of the confidentiality of the individuals whose data are underlying this system. These little fire cartoons are the firewalls for each of these organizations. So they are protected with the same level of protection as the original medical record and claims data of these organizations. Every organization that participates is doing so on a voluntary basis, and the understanding with each of our data partners is they know what the questions are. They can decide on a case-by-case basis whether they're prepared to answer that question. They can see what the answers are before they return them. In the act, this is a coalition of the willing, and essentially every query that FDA asks is responded to. I had a request to show this slide again this year. It's emblematic of the care that we exercise in making sure that individuals' data is protected. That is, what's interesting here is the information, not the data. And of course, I am reminded to show that because you can see this is long dark hair, that this is not a picture of me that was taken recently. Okay, Mark has already said that there are lots that the distributed data set is now quite large and is robust enough to address a substantial number of questions. So like McDonald's, there are millions and billions. It's substantial enough that we're now able to talk with reasonable precision about a substantial amount of medically attended care. So remember, the foundation for this is care that comes to medical attention and is chronicled somehow, for instance, because somebody paid for it. We have spent this past year focusing on these 8 activities. I'm going to fly through them in the next few minutes. First, on standardizing our engagement with FDA programs and teams. I'm not actually going to talk about that because I think each of the preceding speakers has talked about the fact that we see a major piece of our job now to understand how Sentinel can actually be useful to our FDA colleagues on a day-to-day operational basis, and that's a substantial lift. And you heard the description about the work on the FDA side for that, and we're doing our level best to sort of learn where the engagement points need to be and the ways in which we can be helpful. We are submitting between 1 and 2 reports a week now to FDA. They arise from very rapid queries that we call summary tables, and you get an answer in a few days to certain kinds of questions. How many people of what age and gender have been exposed to a particular product? Or within the entire system, how often do you see specific diagnoses over time by age, by gender, by data partner? The modular programs are increasingly sophisticated, reusable programs that we build in response to repeated questions. So when it appears to FDA that a particular kind of question is going to arise time after time, then we talk about converting it into a tool that we can use repeatedly. We've already heard that we have 17 active protocols. These are These are not quick. These are questions that are answerable, but require, first of all, a group that sits and thinks together about understanding FDA's question, understanding how the data partners may be able to address that, developing a protocol, and then writing new programs that can answer those. Sometimes it's necessary to actually to review some full-text medical records in order to understand either exposures or to confirm outcomes. This is a list of some of the protocols that are underway for the Center for Biologics. I specifically want to call out this first one, this transfusion-associated lung injury protocol, because it's our first foray into really understanding a blood product safety question that was unavailable to us before. So it's both an important question, and it's one that's teaching us how to be able to study this question. These are some of the protocols that the Center for Drugs is putting forward, and if you've been here for several years, you'll recognize these first couple as ones that have been in progress for quite a while. We're both answering an important question here, and these have, among other things, have been the driver for our understanding what kinds of reusable programs we need to build. And so I think that Marcia Reichman will talk about applying some of these new tools to very quickly get an answer that is close to the kind of results that can come from these very detailed protocol-based studies. So in the schema of moving from we could never do this study at all to it takes us several years to do this study to now in several months we can get something that is close to the answer that might come from a very detailed study is one that is a developmental theme for us. Janet talked about the fact that both Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts and Hospital Corporation of America are now operational data partners. I specifically want to call out the Hospital Corporation of America. Jeff Brown is going to talk in more detail about this in a bit, but HCA is a new kind of data partner for us that is responsible for about 5% of the inpatient hospitalizations in the U.S. through a network of 168 hospitals. That's millions of inpatient hospitalizations, tens of millions of emergency department visits. There is a central data warehouse. There's a fully integrated electronic health record system, and a much more efficient way to be able to review full text records when that's a valuable thing to do. Janet also mentioned the fact that last year the PCORNet Clinical Data Research Networks became official collaborators as part of the Sentinel system. These are organizations that deliver care and build their activities on electronic health records, and we've spent a considerable amount of time in this past year in understanding how we can take best advantage of these organizations. And so we have this very exciting white paper that's now on our website, and the title doesn't do justice to exactly how exciting this is. But the question is, these organizations have very rich electronic health records, which ideally should be linked to the claims data that Sentinel has been using. And we spent months talking about what would be involved in being able to do that linkage. So this is really our blueprint and roadmap for being able to start to address this really important long-term issue that I think is vital to taking Sentinel and PCORNet to sort of really full and exciting capabilities. We've continued to expand our analytical capabilities. As I've said, we have tried very hard to work with FDA to understand where are the priorities for things that need to be done more than once. And so we have been adding to this set of tools. We've been building a program to first teach FDA staff what these tools are and how they can be used. And And one of our high priority items for this year is to be able to make these training resources available to the public at large. We post all these tools on our website, but it takes some real counseling and advice about how to use them well, and we want to be able to make these tools much more generally accessible. These are some of the additional analytic capabilities that are in development. The ones that have the asterisks are ones that are being supported through our Sentinel contract, but they actually come from the P-Core Trust Fund that's administered by the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation. So these have been partnerships with our FDA colleagues to be able to access these resources to build capabilities that are both useful for Sentinel, but as a requirement for this funding stream have much broader utility. We're also working to understand how the tools we've built actually perform, and I'll just mention two of them. One is we over the past 3 years, we've put a lot of time and energy into building laboratory test result files for Sentinel, not just whether a test was performed, but what the result was. And we've realized that we need to understand how well those tools actually work. The other is to understand in a much more general sense how our comparative tools are performing. In the laboratory results arena, one of the things that we knew coming in was that this was not every laboratory test result that would be of interest in answering a question. Sometimes there is missing data because the test is never performed that you would like to have, and sometimes it's missing because the data set is just incomplete with regard to all the testing that people have. And so we've actually studied in quite detail what the pattern of missingness is, and our recommendations are that for every single study we do where we're interested in using laboratory test results, it's important to sort of characterize what's missing and why it's missing, because the reasons for missingness are terribly important, and that the solutions are going to have to be ones that are relevant both to exactly where is this data coming from and what are we using it for at this moment. In the question of what about the tools that we're actually using, are they giving us the answers that we hope that they will? Last year I showed you an example of our taking our then brand new tool that did comparative propensity score matching, and we applied it to a situation where we had done a protocol-based analysis and showed we got virtually the same answer when we looked for angioedema associated with ACE inhibitors. During the past year, we have done a number of other known positives and gotten answers that have been very gratifying. The question, of course, is, first of all, there are only so many of these you can do. Secondly, there's an interesting question of what's the right answer actually, because when you look in the literature of what's the actual relative risk of C. difficile colitis associated with clindamycin, you get a range of answers, and we'd like to know what the actual, how close we come to the actual right answer. And so the solution to that, at least the one we're pursuing, is to do a simulation program that Bruce Fireman is going to talk about in detail in a bit. But it is a partnership with the Reagan-Udall Foundation using the IMEDS laboratory, and we think that it will be a very good complement to trying to reproduce known positives, to be able to look in great detail at the performance characteristics of the tools that we've built. In the methods development arena, we have a substantial number of programs going. The first three are based on the tree scan statistic that Martin Kulldorff developed. It was, Martin, I think it's the first thing we ever talked about when we met 14 years ago. So just an aside, Martin and I have been colleagues for a very long time, and Martin was a member of our department for 12 years. But that first conversation, Martin said, I've developed this tree scan statistic, and it might be useful for pharmacovigilance. And I said, who are you working with? And he said, nobody. And I said, Martin, come here and work with us. So it's really a great pleasure to see this becoming useful for Sentinel. But there's a wide array of activities that are, I call them, almost all of them are applied methods. We're not trying to invent brand new things. We're trying to take methods that we think can be useful and make them useful for Sentinel. We've already heard about Guardian, this program that Janet described to address non-safety kinds of activities. And I think this is an extraordinarily interesting and promising arena. I'll spend just a minute talking about this clinical trial that for which we're developing a protocol. We're looking at the problem of atrial fibrillation, which I hadn't understood was quite as important a public health problem as it is. But if we are an average population of the US, there are several people in the room who have atrial fibrillation right this minute. Atrial fibrillation greatly increases the risk of stroke. Oral anticoagulation greatly reduces the risk of stroke, and many people for whom anticoagulation is clearly beneficial aren't taking it. So we looked in Sentinel and did a rapid query using our standard tools in 3 of our data partners. And in those 3 data partners, which represent well under half the Sentinel population, we found 200,000 people who had repeated diagnoses of atrial fibrillation, plus other risk factors that increase their risk of stroke. And nearly half of them had no record at all of any dispensing of an anticoagulant. So this looks like, it's a terrible problem, but it looks like an opportunity. So last year, I described a work that we had done that it was all theory. Would the Sentinel data partners be together a good environment in which to do randomized trials? Because they'd all had some experience. And the answer was yes. And so now with FDA's encouragement and guidance, we're partnering with the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, which Mark chairs and is sponsored in large part by FDA, to develop the Impact AF trial protocol. So you can tell we're hanging out with cardiologists now because we have a snappy acronym. But this is, the plan is to develop a protocol that involves direct-to-member outreach, coupled with outreach to the physicians to point out that the individual may have an indication for anticoagulation, and encouraging the individual, first of all, to look at additional resources that are on a website, and then consult with his or her clinician. So I hope that next year I can tell you that study is well underway. We are also doing a lot of work to partner with with others than FDA. This is a slide that Janet has used over the years, showing the many groups that or sectors that FDA had in mind as users, and we're making a lot of progress on this. She also talked about wanting to to be able to do randomized trials. So just to go a level deeper in how this could work, there isn't a monolithic Sentinel resource. There are individual organizations that choose to participate in some activities but not others. And so our view is each organization can participate in any networks it chooses to. What I've shown here is Sentinel, PCORNet, and the NIH's Clinical Trials Science Award program. But each network controls its own governance. So there's Sentinel governance, and that's Public Health Authority. But PCORNet and NIH are covered under the common rule and have IRBs approving them. But there's a lot of benefit from sharing infrastructure and data curation and software development, things like that. So each one doesn't have to build its own. Working with PCORNet, we're doing a number of activities. I mentioned the data linkage work that we're doing with the Sentinel, with their data partners. There are 3 demonstration projects underway from PCORNet now, a large clinical trial and 2 observational studies. And our expectation is that we'll be able to have the clinical data research networks partner with the Sentinel organizations to do the kind of follow-up that can come from the claims data. With the NIH Collaboratory, almost all of the Sentinel data partners are now in a position to work with the NIH Collaboratory's distributed research network. We've done 3 proof of principle queries for for NIH. Kathy Myers will be talking later today about that, but we think that we are poised to be able to be an important resource for NIH. I am delighted that we have successfully concluded a first study with IMEDS, the Reagan-Udall Foundation's program to support industry-sponsored studies, and I know Troy McCall and will be talking about that. We're also working with the Biologics and Biosimilars Collective Intelligence Consortium to create the capability to do post-marketing surveillance for biosimilars. And thanks to Mark's facilitation, we're well along in conversation with the CDC about a proof of principle program to look at hepatitis C management. And Susan Hariri, I think, will talk about that later today. So 8 years later, Sentinel's in pretty good shape. There are two strong examples of industry-initiated queries. We have a platform for working with industry, with PCORNet, with the CDC, would really like. We've also published in the scientific literature, but I'd say we have not stepped up to the plate on really communicating with the public or even with the people whose data are the foundation for what we're doing. So Steve Makita has been leading a work group of engagement partners to address the problem that Sentinel is still largely unknown. We've taken a first step. We've redesigned our website. This will be going live pretty soon. It's mobile friendly, and we're hoping that the messages will be. Okay, this is a repeat slide, so I'm not going to go through this, but the key contributors to Sentinel's success, I think, are the same this year as they've been for the past several years. There is no substitute for close, frequent interactions between the FDA, data partners, clinical experts, epidemiologists, statisticians. 11 of my colleagues from the Operations Center are here today, and if you have questions or ideas, it would be great if you would talk to them. Can I ask you to raise your hands just so folks can come and look for you during the coffee break? So they're sort of pretty much concentrated over in the back here. And then I think FDA has really been very wise in sort of defining incremental goals so that we can try out an idea, see if it works. If it does, then we can build on it. The additional things that have emerged as we've been working are first of all, healthcare is changing and healthcare data systems are changing at such a rapid speed that everything we do has to be reevaluated pretty much every week. Secondly, data that's good for some things isn't good for other things, and we have to be really attentive to know when you can answer a question that's important. Third, the methods have to be extremely clear and transparent and readily interpretable. I'd say every time we've taken a step forward, we've been a little bit surprised about something we hadn't anticipated. And a big part of our future is going to be linking electronic health record data and claims data and registry data. It is very, very, very challenging. It's going to be an ongoing challenge in the environment that we work in. Okay, so I'm over time. I just want to say that last year I humble bragged because Bruce Pasady, who's in the audience, published a perspective in the New England Journal saying we were doing a good job. And this year, I'll say this is the interim assessment that Janet mentioned, and I'll cherry pick three comments from it. She said it said pretty good, and here are some things you can work on, and I'll just concentrate on the pretty good. FDA, with its many Sentinel partners, has made substantial progress. Sentinel complements FDA's post-marketing surveillance of drugs and vaccines, and Sentinel enables FDA to understand better and estimate the incidence of risks in a relevant population. So if you said 8 years ago, what would be a good place to be in by now, I'd say I didn't think we'd be this far along, so I'm really delighted. So instead of the roll the credits, I'll just have to say thanks to thanks to the 60 people at the Sentinel Operations Center who are the engines, the people who make this work with FDA, and the hundreds of investigators at the partner organizations who are really the heart and soul of what's going on. So thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Rich. And it really is quite a diverse team with a shared commitment making a big difference in this project. We don't really have time for much comments given how much ground you covered. I did want to ask one question, though, picking up on that last slide summarizing the FDA's interim report on Sentinel. You talked about a lot of the progress and a lot of the reasons for progress. What do you see as 2 or 3 of the biggest challenges right now that, looking forward, if we could make more progress on these challenges or obstacles, would help Sentinel have an even bigger impact?
So Mark, I'd say operationally, it's the issue that that Gerald and Steve and Greg have talked about. We have to learn to speak FDA because I think we have the capability to address a substantial number of questions for FDA, and we have to be able to we have to be able to translate their needs into things that we can do. And so I think we need to spend more time with our FDA colleagues. So I'd say that's one. Second is understanding how to really unlock the potential of electronic health records. There's an enormous amount of data that is in them, and there are lots of obstacles to using it well. So it's so I'd say if you ask what are the 2 big things that I'd like to make progress on, I'd say it's those.
And it was nice to see the coming redesigned website. There's maybe one more to add to that, as there is so much going on with Sentinel now that it really is time for, I think, a higher level of public awareness and public engagement and where what this program is doing and where it goes from here.
Right, and I think Steve's going to be talking later about sort of how that work group is tackling that job of making it bringing the public in as a real partner in this.
Well, Rich, thanks for your leadership on all this effort. It's been quite a journey, and nice to hear about all the progress. Thank you again. Now, we are going to take a short break now. We'll be resuming at 10:45 for our next session and pick up on some of the themes that Rich was just talking about. Thank you.
Felt like I wouldn't know while there was right now. Thank you. How are you? How are you? Good. Here's nice and long. How was focusing on panel? Yeah. Probably not.
Hi, good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and get started on the next session. If I could ask our panelists to join me up here on the stage.
What's it? You know, it's an interesting thing. Okay. Okay.
There's Can you go out there and? Yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. If I could ask the panelists to join me, Marcia and Azadeh. What? No. Thank you. Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Greg Daniel. I'm Deputy Director of the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy. I'd like to welcome all of you to this fascinating meeting so far. We've heard so much already about how FDA is envisioning the use of the system today and its growth into the future, and also how we heard from Rich, a lot of the activities that are happening under Sentinel, both on how FDA is currently using the system for medical product evaluations, but also, you saw on the slide, a laundry list of methods and analytic tool development. So these next two panels are intended to dive into a bit more detail on both of those things. In this very next panel, we'll hear from two folks within FDA on how the Sentinel system is actually informing CEDAR and CBER operations. We'll be joined by Marcia Reichman, Senior Advisor and Scientific Lead for Surveillance Programs at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, as well as Azadeh Shoaibi, the Sentinel Lead at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. Sorry about that. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Marcia. If you're welcome to present from there or from here. Okay, thanks. Yeah, you can do it that way or the
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today, especially as we finish this year of transition and we move from the Mini Sentinel pilot to the Sentinel system. Okay, so what I'm going to do is talk about the transition from Mini Sentinel. So I'm going to talk about basically things that have gone on during the past year. The transition from Mini Sentinel to Sentinel and highlight some aspects of that. You've heard a bit about the internal consolidation of the Sentinel management in the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. I'm going to talk in more detail about the ARIA tools and the process for using those tools at FDA, and also talk about the continued dynamic expansion of Sentinel capabilities. Because this transition and completing this transition doesn't mean that you know, as you've heard earlier, doesn't mean that things are now finished. They're very much in a state of continued enhancement of the tools and continuing increasing capability. And part of that comes from, as I said, the enhancement of the tools, increase in data sources, and I'll finish up by talking about some activities that are just starting now and some potential activities. So ARIA, the Active Risk Identification and Analysis System, is a subset of Sentinel capabilities. It's those tools which are semi-automated at the current time and which don't require de novo programming. So these tools are similar in style to SAS procs, and I'll show you later some of the types of parameters that go into these tools, and really want to emphasize how close they are to a complete epidemiologic study. So ARIA fulfills the FDA mandate for active surveillance. And as I mentioned, the capabilities will increase and the tools will change over time. ARIA takes advantage of a number of things that have gone on during the Mini Sentinel pilot. It takes advantage of the previously developed algorithms for outcomes, for indications, for eligibility and exclusion. It takes advantage of what we refer to as scenarios of the specific situations which we've described in previous queries, and how to reuse those and modify them just slightly for new queries. It also takes advantage of the infrastructure, the data itself, the query processes, and I think, as Rich and others have emphasized, above all, the collaborative partnerships between the data partners in Sentinel, FDA and Sentinel, FDA and data partners. And I look forward to us all meeting together in person more frequently as we move on. So how is FDA using these tools? So the first thing we want to do when we decide if ARIA is going to be sufficient for answering a regulatory question is to see if Sentinel provides enough information so that it's feasible to address the question there. So we want to identify the exposure, the outcome, the eligibility and exclusion criteria. We also want to look at the level of exposure within the Sentinel population and the outcome incidence. Is there enough power? What risk level can be detected for this specific query? And is this level of risk useful to address the regulatory issue? And we want to keep in mind that when looking at observational data, or really any type of data, that the populations that go into a data set can be very different, and one can get different results, and it's not that one is right or wrong, it's just that the underlying characteristics of the population are different. So then, once something is feasible within the Sentinel system, we want to see whether it's feasible to complete an assessment of the issue with the ARIA automated tools. So to do this, FDA conducts a meeting of staff that are involved in the regulatory issue. And this encompasses in CEDAR individuals from a number of different offices, from the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology, the Office of New Drugs, the Office of Biostatistics. These are always represented. Other offices, such as generic drugs or other groups, are there when the issue is pertinent to them. And so these meetings examine all the data sources that are available to FDA and determine which sources are relevant to the particular issue and which are the best data sources for addressing the issue. Often there's a lot of consolidation of information from different data sources, from FAERS data, from case series, from Sentinel. So then the question is ARIA sufficient to provide data to address the issue, and if not, to identify the gap? So with that, I just want to go over a little bit some of the history of the types of tools that we've used. So the early modular programs had a number of limitations, and there's been a continual expansion of these capabilities, with, you may have noticed, some change in names of tools as we moved along. So the complexity of safety scenarios that we can address has really increased in terms of the pre-existing conditions, concomitant treatments, complex outcomes and exposures. When we started, our outcomes were mostly a straight list of codes. Now we have a huge amount of Boolean logic there. We have different things will happen in a different temporal sequence that will compose the outcome, and these are really quite complex. The analytics has also changed. The initial modular programs did not have much adjustment for confounding. They had stratification, but not really adjustment for confounding. We see that now through propensity scores, and we're beginning to look at inverse probability of treatment methods as well, and also their sequential analyses. So in using the semi-automated tools, so I want to emphasize the increase of ease of specifying the query and the increase in speed that we get to be able to produce answers, but at the same time, we want to be very careful that we don't lose the clinical and epidemiologic input. And it's really been a pleasure to work with Harvard, because this is a concern through all of the Sentinel partners. So what do the modular programs look like now? So really the basis of the system is the CIDA tool, the cohort identification and descriptive analysis. So this defines the cohort inclusion-exclusion criteria, exposure and outcome definition. And this gives a descriptive output and incidence rates. And we also refer to this as a level 1 assessment. This information is needed to perform the level 2 assessment, which can do propensity score estimation and matching and gives a real estimate of risk. Level 2 also produces the standard table 1 that we all see in papers. Level 3 operates from the results of level 2 and allows us to do multiple looks and sequential testing. So at this point in time, ARIA includes level 1 and level 2, and as we move towards the future, we'll also include level 3 analyses. So I want to talk about this history and about use of the level 2, level 3 queries within the framework of NOAC assessments. So the initial, so dabigatran was approved in October of 2010. And so the initial queries that related to dabigatran and warfarin used the very early modular programs. And we knew there was a problem early after approval, and so we looked when there was just about 3 months of data at two major data partners, the two largest data partners, and at that point there was a total of only about 1,000 new users of dabigatran, and so we couldn't do anything. We looked when we had data through the end of 2011, and at that point there were about 10,500 new users of dabigatran who had a diagnosis of atrial fibrillation. And so at that point, it was possible to use a modular program, get some reasonable results, and these results were the subject of an FDA drug safety communication. We actually looked again, having an additional year of data and more individuals, and at this point in time, we were really able to look, for instance, at different age groups. So these modular programs had no adjustment for confounding, but they did allow stratification. By the time we got to the data through 2012, we were able to see the increase in gastrointestinal hemorrhage with age that had been observed in RELY and that had been observed in Medicare. But we did need to have that larger sample size to be able to do that. And also, this brings up the issue of different populations. The Sentinel population is very different, certainly from the Medicare population because it includes those under 65, and also from the RELY trial population. Again, it's much younger. And so the results fit in very well when you take this into account. We're also doing protocol-based assessments to look at dabigatran compared to warfarin, and a level 2 assessment. These both involve propensity score matched cohorts and their sensitivity and secondary analyses. In terms of apixaban and warfarin, we've begun to look with a level 2 assessment at the outcomes of gastrointestinal hemorrhage, intracranial hemorrhage, and stroke. The uptake is such that we're not really at the level where we can do much at this point in time. Rivaroxaban, compared to warfarin, is the subject of the first level 3 assessment that we're doing. And there are about 15,000 rivaroxaban new users, most of which have been matched using propensity scores. In this match, as opposed to the matches that have been the primary part of the analysis for dabigatran and warfarin, the match is not one-to-one, but a one-to variable match. The average follow-up time is 3 1/3 months. 2 looks are planned, and we're beginning to see results from the first of these looks. So the next several slides, which I'm going to go through very quickly, are there to give you an idea of how complex the level 2 assessments are and how close they are to a protocol-based assessment or a complete epi study. And these slides will be posted, so you'll have time to look at these. But there are enrollment criteria, inclusion-exclusion criteria, information on exposures. In particular, more than 70 covariates go into the propensity score estimate in these studies. Also outcome information. And as mentioned earlier, this really leverages previous work in terms of the outcome definitions and in terms of the definitions used for the covariates. I wanted to show this slide. This comes from the first look because this is a diagram that's part of every level 2, level 3 set of results that FDA sees. And this characterizes the 2 cohorts in terms of their propensity scores. And what this, in addition to the percent of the population new users of the drug of interest that are matched, this also allows us to see the differences in propensity scores and allows FDA to make a judgment as to whether there's any substantial part of the population that won't be included in a propensity score matched analysis, and whether we need to really worry about that and worry about not only what's there in the population that's included, but what's being missed. And you can see the figure on the right shows the match. They're basically, the 2 lines are basically, 2 curves are basically on top of each other. This just shows something similar from a study that has been presented previously where the outcome is angioedema and the exposures are to ACE inhibitors and beta blockers. So I want to talk about the value of the Level 2 and Level 3 modular programs to FDA, because this is really a huge leap in terms of what can be done, the speed and cost effectiveness. So these tools provide data that's very similar, not quite the same, but very similar to the main results of complete epi studies. They allow for adjustment for confounding, some secondary and sensitivity analysis, increasing flexibility, and they allow for clinical and epidemiologic input. So this really leverages the infrastructure and all the processes to allow a faster and more cost-efficient result and provide knowledge which is very useful in making regulatory decisions. Janet and others have commented earlier that there's a lot of money that goes into the infrastructure. And so when you do the first study, it's still hugely expensive. When you do the second, you cut it in half. And by the time you do the 10th or the 20th, you've really leveraged that infrastructure, and you don't pay for it each time you do a one-off study. So I just want to emphasize those aspects of it. So in terms of limitations, all of this work is limited by the nature of claims data, by the level of exposure to the medical product of interest, the incidence of the outcome. No technique and no program can give a good answer if there aren't enough people using the drug or if there isn't a high enough incidence of the outcome. Since I like to show data, I'm just going to use the next couple of slides to present an update on the drug use in pregnancy work that actually I described last year. These are very heavy data slides. You can look at them at your leisure. I'm just going to point out a couple of features. So in this first slide, can you hear me if I walk away and talk loudly? Okay. So in this I don't. Sorry. So if you look at the column to the right, you can see women who have delivered a live birth, who have pre-existing diabetes before the pregnancy. You can see that there are about 15,000 unique pregnancy episodes out of a total of 1,900,000 roughly. You can see, if you look at the maternal age at delivery, that the women with pre-existing diabetes tend to be older, and they tend to have many more preterm births, and certainly less post-term births. If you look at the lines that are highlighted in yellow, you can see that in terms of use of anti-diabetic agents by trimester among women with pre-existing diabetes, you can see metformin. If you look in the three columns to the right, you can see that metformin use goes down quite a bit from the first trimester to the third trimester of pregnancy. Glyburide, if you look at the two columns to the left and compare the use 90 days before pregnancy with any use during pregnancy, you can see a doubling, more or less. And for any injected insulin product, you can see also a large increase between the use in the 90 days before pregnancy and the use during pregnancy. This last slide just shows ADA use in women with gestational diabetes diagnoses who had no ADA use prior to pregnancy. You can see that metformin is not heavily used, whereas insulin, the use goes up and is quite high in the third trimester, and similarly for sulfonylureas. So I know I'm going way over. I apologize. I want to conclude with two quick slides. In these slides, these data sources have been described by Rich earlier. I just want to mention two potential uses of these data sources. These have not been started, but we've been talking about them. Also picking up on something that Steve talked about, we've been talking with CDC about the use of the Hospital Corporation of America data to track complications of flu, look at the seasonality and incidence of these, and so be able to monitor this and to be able to pick up when something unusual is happening and to be able to be alerted to this as early as possible. In terms of Medicare data, we've talked about looking at the characteristics of the 65-plus population in the Sentinel 18 data partners and comparing this with the Medicare population once it's in the Sentinel Common Data Model. We think that these populations may to some extent complement each other, and also there's the issue of those who are over 65 who work full-time and don't have Medicare insurance at all, and kind of where they fall and what their medical characteristics are like. In terms of future activities, these are two activities which have just started. We've done some work over the past year and a half with the Office of Generic Drugs looking at switching between brands and generic products, but we're really interested in developing a tool that is really designed to look at this, that starts when a new molecular entity is first used and tracks the pattern of use of various generics and brands from that time on. And also we want to be able to look at tools that are used to monitor health status during use of a medical product, where the example is ECGs during generic use. This is a list of just some of the people who've been involved in the specific assessments that I've talked about. And I can't emphasize enough how great it is to work with folks from the Sentinel system, from the SOC, from the Operations Center, from the data partners, and what a great experience this is, and productive. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Marcia. I'll now turn it over to Azadeh.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. And I would like to start by saying that what I'm presenting today is the result of the work of many people at the Sentinel Operations Center and also at CBER. So I will acknowledge them at the end, but just to start with that. I am going to talk about the CBER Sentinel program to give an overview of the Sentinel program integration into our product lifecycle in CBER, and also provide an update on some of our current projects. CBER has regulatory responsibility for vaccines, blood and blood products, and also cellular tissue and gene therapy products. And a CBER Sentinel program consists of components for these specific product groups. We have PRISM, post-licensure rapid immunization safety monitoring for safety surveillance of vaccines. We have BloodScan, blood safety continuous active surveillance network for blood and blood products. And we use General Sentinel for cellular tissue and gene therapy products. CBER has a very heavy and large portfolio of Sentinel projects. I will not be able to go over all of these, but we have several protocol-based assessments with a medical chart review component. We have assessments that are using our rapid query tools. We are working on several methods development projects, as well as some infrastructure buildings, and I will be providing some examples of all of these 4 categories. This diagram attempts to show a rough timeline for a product lifecycle, and also highlight certain key time points in the lifecycle of CBER products. Let's say that a BLA is submitted to the FDA. It goes through the pre-approval process, safety and efficacy assessments are performed, and then the product is approved and released to the market. During the early post-approval period, usually roughly around the first 18 months, there are certain safety activities that are conducted. And then at the 18 months, again, roughly around the 18 months, there are 2 safety evaluations done by FDA. One of them is post-market safety evaluation, which is mandated by Section 915 of the FDA Amendments Act of 2007. And then the other one is a post-approval safety review to the Pediatric Advisory Committee for products that have a pediatric indication. And then we move on to the later post-approval period. Again, certain safety activities will be conducted. The point that I'm trying to make here is that Sentinel can be used throughout the life cycle of a product at different stages. Some of the safety activities that may occur in the early period after post-approval may stem from potential signals that are generated from the literature, from our passive adverse event reporting systems, such as FAERS and VAERS, and also manufacturers' adverse event reports to the FDA. And in addition to that, some safety signals may have originated from the pre-market studies. So before Sentinel was built, FDA had certain options for following up on safety signals. Some examples were post-market requirements or post-market commitments. Now with Sentinel, we have access to health data of a large population of the United States, which includes data from both private and public insurers. Our data, as you have heard many times up to now, include administrative and claims-based data, as well as access to some electronic health records. We have built some rapid query tools that can query our large database to answer some simple questions, as Marcia mentioned, just related to specific outcomes and exposures, or we can delve into more complex questions and look at the association between exposures and outcomes. And so far, you have heard this point again before, that the focus of Sentinel activities have been on signal refinement and following up on safety signals that were generated from some other sources. Now we are working on our signal identification capabilities, which is a tree scan. So a tree scan is a signal identification method and just a data mining tool. It's capable of evaluating thousands of individual diagnostic codes, and in electronic health data, it detects excess risk grouped into hierarchical tree structures of diagnostic codes. And Martin Kulldorff will be talking about this later today, and this is a product of Martin's work and his team. A tree scan is utilized for ascertainment of medically attended early onset diagnosis after vaccination. It is able to detect unspecified adverse events because it's a signal detection program. And it can also detect rare adverse events because the PRISM has a very large sample size. We have used vaccines mainly for development of TreeScan, and we are also using TreeScan right now for certain signal detection activities with vaccines. And TreeScan also helps to determine post-vaccination risk window. So one pilot study that is using TreeScan is for Gardasil human papillomavirus 4 vaccine, and this is a pilot project, and after completion of the pilot project, we have plans to use this capability for HPV-9 vaccine. Now, aside from the TreeScan HPV-9 vaccine that I mentioned, we are working on another project. It's a current project of Sentinel that was initiated in the early post-approval period due to some reports that we received from the literature and or detected in the literature, and also some adverse event reports from outside the United States. This is a project to conduct prospective surveillance to evaluate excess risk of 4 proposed outcomes after HPV-9 vaccination, and we will be using our sequential analysis method and query tools, available query tools. The 4 proposed outcomes are complex regional pain syndrome, uveitis, acute disseminated encephalomyelitis, and acute pericarditis. Now moving on to the later post-approval period, some potential sources that could generate safety signals for this period could be 18-month safety evaluations, advisory committees on post-approval safety, and also pediatric advisory committees. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that some of the activities that we are doing in the early post-approval period can be actually feeding information to us for the later post-approval period activities. Again, for the later post-approval period, before Sentinel, FDA had certain options to follow these signals. Now, Sentinel has been augmenting those available options to FDA, and FDA now itself can perform certain activities by using our rapid query tools. You heard about ARIA this morning. We can also perform protocol-based assessments with medical chart review components. One activity which may be initiated either in the early or later post-approval period is safety of vaccines in pregnancy. And the evaluation of safety of vaccines in pregnancy is critical because vaccines can have an impact on pregnancy outcomes, but more importantly because in pre-market studies, pregnant women are either completely excluded or there is a very limited participation of pregnant women. So it's important that perhaps at other stages of the product life cycle, such as the post-approval period, then this evaluation is performed. So in order to be able to do evaluation of vaccine safety in pregnancy, we first needed to build an infrastructure component in Sentinel. And that was the capability to be able to link mothers to their infants. So we performed a feasibility study for this purpose. 4 data partners participated in this study. They were all large national health insurers with claims data. And the study population consisted of women between the ages of 10 and 55 years who were hospitalized for delivery of a live birth between 2004 and 2012. And the infants had to be enrolled in the health plan for at least 1 day. The data elements that we used to link mothers to their infants, at the first pass, it was the health plan subscriber ID, in addition to the matching between the delivery date and the date of birth of the infant. And then for the remaining unlinked mothers, we also added last name and address to the linking data elements. So these are the results. Although 4 data partners participated in this study, we have results for 3 of them. As you can see here, this study included a large population. The number of deliveries are over 330,000 for 1 data partner, 200,000 for another data partner, and then around 30,000 for data partner number 3. And overall, between 82 and 85% of mothers were linked to their infants. So now with this capability, we can delve into evaluating safety of vaccines in pregnancy more easily. We have a test case currently working on, a test case. The exposure is inactivated influenza vaccine, and we are working on 2 outcomes, spontaneous abortion and oral cleft. Now, oral cleft was not necessarily an outcome that we had any concerns about, but it was an outcome that could be more easily detected using claims data and diagnostic codes. So that's why we are using oral cleft for this purpose. And the objective of this study is to build a structure to examine pregnancy outcomes after vaccination and also to examine the positive predictive value of claims codes for spontaneous abortion, gestational age, and oral cleft. The study design is case-time control design. We have 2 sets of cases and 2 sets of controls. Vaccinated women with a pregnancy outcome of spontaneous abortion or giving a live birth to an infant with oral cleft. And then controls, 2 sets of controls, vaccinated women with pregnancy outcome of live birth or giving birth to an infant without oral cleft. You also heard from Rich Platt this morning and also Marsha Reichman about adding Hospital Corporation of America to a Sentinel Data Partner Group. And HCA provides comprehensive inpatient and transfusion data. So it is an important data partner for our purposes in order to evaluate safety of blood and blood products. HCA covers about 5% of all hospital stays in the US, and it's important to note that most transfusions occur in hospital settings. HCA provides granular information for blood component and blood-derived products. It has EHR-based system, which is rich in clinical information as well as in patient data. And also it has ISBT and CODA bar codes for transfusion purposes. Now, using the HCA data, we are working on another project with the outcome of transfusion-related acute lung injury or TRALI, which is the leading cause of transfusion-related fatalities. And it is defined as an acute lung injury or acute respiratory distress syndrome, which occurs either during or within the first 6 hours after blood product administration. The estimated incidence of TRALI is somewhere between 1 in 1,300 to 1 in 5,000 transfusions of plasma-containing products. This is a protocol-based assessment with the objective to evaluate incidence rate of TRALI after plasma, platelet, and packed red blood cell administration. The feasibility project is ongoing, and the next step is to develop the protocol. So in summary, we have built the infrastructure and tools for active safety surveillance of regulated products within Sentinel. To a large extent, we have integrated Sentinel into our regulatory process, and our safety surveillance activities at each phase of the product life cycle feed information into the activities of the next phase. What we are thinking about the future of Sentinel for CBER products is to expand Sentinel tools and capabilities to a higher capacity to cover more of CBER-regulated products. We will continue our methods development and also addition of more data elements to the common data model that are specifically appropriate for CBER-regulated products, continue addition of more data partners, and also use of electronic health records to the extent that we can. And we will further continue Sentinel integration into our regulatory process. And I would like to acknowledge a large number of people who have been working at the Sentinel Operations Center in the 3 functional groups, as well as our Sentinel investigators, data partners, and my colleagues at CBER Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology, as well as our pre-market, 3 pre-market offices. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Azadeh. I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor for questions from the audience. And while you're thinking of that and lining up, there are some microphones here. I would like to thank you both. I mean, you guys presented very good examples of how the Sentinel tools are helping FDA address very important safety questions. Getting on the theme of how Sentinel and the tools are incorporated into the process within FDA. Marcia, you had a good outline of sort of how ARIA is being used, and so there's an initial meeting of FDA folks inside the agency thinking about how and when to use ARIA. And Azadeh, I liked your timeline about pre-approval, early post-approval, and later post-approval. I guess the question that I have is when does the planning start? So if you're thinking about using ARIA or some of the tools, Marcia, when does that first meeting of the FDA come together? Is it during the pre-approval? If you know a product is coming on the market, do you start thinking about how ARIA might be useful once the product is approved?
So I think it varies a lot depending on the product. in some cases, there's a product that's been on the market for a long time, and there will be an issue that wasn't expected that will come up. In the case of olmesartan sprue-like enteropathy, it came up through case reports and through work in fairs. And then Sentinel the question was, could it be looked at in Sentinel? Could, and Sentinel was used as a supporting source of information. Sometimes there's an indication during the pre-market that there may be a problem. With mirabegron, there were changes in blood pressure, and so we knew that was likely to be approved, and we could plan beforehand to look at that in Sentinel. So I think it varies quite a bit.
And Azadeh, would that does it happen that way in CBER as well?
Yes, exactly. I think the key point is that it varies from product to product. For example, for some, for vaccines in general, as I mentioned, the issue of evaluation of vaccine in pregnancy is probably something that a lot of vaccines are faced with, and that is something that comes up in the pre-approval process and is planned for the post-approval process. But then there are certain signals that may be detected at different stages of the pre-approval or post-approval and will be planned later on. The issue of rare adverse events is another issue that may come up in actually pre-market studies. And then with some of the additional capabilities of Sentinel, now we have the capability to investigate them perhaps later in the post-approval period.
Great, thank you. I will remind folks, I know many of you might have questions. There are just a tremendous amount of applications of the Sentinel tools within FDA that are going on. So please come to the microphones with your questions. I'll continue to ask because I have time. So one of the questions, we didn't talk about this ahead of time, and it strikes me as the REMS program. When a product is coming to the market and there is at least some safety concerns that are somewhat known, not well characterized potentially. Are there any discussions or plans to incorporate some of these Sentinel capabilities in the REMS toolbox? So as you're thinking about the product as it comes on the market and the capabilities of Sentinel, can that be incorporated within a REMS program?
So we've looked at use of the REMS products within Sentinel, and for most of them the use is fairly low, but still if there were a high incidence issue, we would be able to look at it. Also, a number of the REMS products, there are recommendations or requirements for some type of monitoring, and that fits into the project that we're starting for more general situations where it's desirable to have some type of monitoring, and we want to look at the frequency of that. So that's one way of handling it.
I don't have anything extraordinary to add to what Marcia said. Again, it varies from product to product, and also it really depends on the capabilities of Sentinel for any particular issue that has come up.
So Azadeh, I liked your final slides as you were describing HCA and looking at blood products. I know the question of how to utilize the more traditional Sentinel data, i.e. the claims data, and identifying blood products has been quite challenging. Typically, health plans don't, pay for the blood product itself, so it's hard to identify codes for sort of whole blood versus red blood cells, et cetera. And so, efforts have gone into trying to find other ways to identify. So maybe there's a procedure code that might indicate that blood was given. But it appears with HCA that there's a tremendous opportunity to get a better sense of identifying the specific exposure, at least as it relates to trolley. What was the exposure? But also, I guess the other sort of complication above all of that has been also sort of lot, batch processing. And so can you talk a little bit about how the HCA data is helping with some of those issues?
One of the main, I think, advantages that HCA data brings into the safety evaluation of blood products is the specific ISBT and CODA bar system codes that are used within the HCA electronic health records. So those would specify, I think, a lot of information about the specific blood or blood product or blood component that is being used within the inpatient setting, where most of the transfusions occur.
You have a question? Please identify yourself.
Dr. Karim from Fresenius Medical Care, North America. My question was, as we know, the adverse event reporting in the FDA is a passive surveillance system, and there is under-reporting. We really don't have the exact, patient exposure, and as such, the denominator is not very correct. So the Sentinel system, will it sort of meet that requirement, because you have all these data coming from different sources?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for those of you who didn't hear it, the question was that the traditional passive surveillance systems that FDA has been using are great, but have limitations in terms of the getting the denominator or population at risk for various exposures and safety events. So the question is, has Sentinel been able to essentially fix that problem? And I think it's a great question to both panelists.
So I think the two systems work very well together, that they supply different types of information. FAIRS requires someone to think, oh yes, there's an adverse event, and to take the time and effort to report it. In Sentinel, we look at the exposure, and then we have a record of the medical treatments and outcomes that occurred. But there'll be things that come up through FAIRS, and then we can explore them in Sentinel. There may be some things that we see in Sentinel when we want to go back and check in FAIRS. So I think it's really important to have both and have them work together.
And what I would like to add to what Marcia said is that the Sentinel database provides the denominator data for us in terms of the utilization of medical products, and also in terms of the population in which we are performing our safety assessments. So with that population-based database, we are able to generate incidence rates that can be somewhat generalized to this specific population covered in the Sentinel database.
Thank you very much. I think it will be a great tool in the post-marketing arena, because it's a very heterogeneous population.
Absolutely.
Signals mainly emerge in the post-marketing phase rather than in the pre-marketing or peri-marketing, where it's very, very homogeneous, well-defined.
Right. Great. Thank you for your comments. I'd like to thank both of our panelists. We've ended the session, so thank you so much for all of the details about specific tools and how they're being implemented within FDA. Thank you. So while we're making our way we're going to jump right into the next session. So I'd like to invite panelists for our next session to go ahead and join me up on the stage. In addition to a tremendous amount of activities that Sentinel has been involved in over the last year in using these tools for FDA safety questions, there are equally important other activities happening within Sentinel that are focused on improving data resources, developing new methods and analytic techniques. So we saw a picture that Rich had presented of the Sentinel toolbox. So how do we get those tools, and what's in the Sentinel toolbox? So in the next session, we'll hear from investigators about some of these new data sources and innovative methodologies. We're joined by Jeff Brown, Associate Professor and Director of Scientific Systems in the Department of Population Medicine at Harvard Medical School and Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Institute. Bruce Fireman, Biostatistician in the Division of Research at Kaiser Permanente in Northern California. And then Martin Kuldorf, Biostatistician in the Division of Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacoeconomics at Brigham and Women's Hospital at Harvard Medical School. Thank you all for joining me. Jeff, we'll turn to you to kick off, and you're welcome to either go up to the podium. Okay.
I'll go wherever you would like. We'll see if, oh, there we go. So thanks, Greg. It's an honor to be here. I've got Bruce and Martin sitting next to me. Two of my favorite folks to collaborate with, and also I don't really like them to be together in case there's an accident. They really should be separated because it's quite a brain trust, and so we'll try to be safe. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk about new data sources, enhancing data capabilities. You've heard some of this before. I think I might be the fourth speaker to talk about the HCA data. I'll frame it a little bit differently about how we bring a new data partner on board and kind of how we start to use them. So to take a quick step back, Sentinel uses a set of different kinds of data sources to answer the questions. So answer the questions FDA poses. The way we tend to think of it is you have to match the question to the data to the method, and now I'm adding to the timing, right? Do you need it in a week, a month, or a year? Kind of changes how you would design a system and things you can do. So most of the Sentinel data at this point are administrative data. It's really health plan data, think claims data. A set of folks also have clinical data, and I'm going to be talking about a new set of clinical data. And we also have used registries in the past as well, linking to birth registries or immunization registries. So those are typically one-off projects because you need to do it just for that project. So the two, and I think Jenna mentioned this morning, kind of the two areas I'm going to talk about, the two new data sources are the CMS data and Hospital Corporation of America. So for CMS, first, FDA has a really very long history of working with the CMS data and doing some incredible work with CMS data, sophisticated analyses, and this is, I'll describe how this is separate from that work. So CMS, an insurance-based system. It's what we're bringing in is the Medicare ABC. So it's excluding the Medicare Advantage plans, which we get from the private insurers. So this is not the Medicare Advantage folks. Duke Clinical Research Institute is really going to be our proxy as the data partner. It took a long time to negotiate the arrangements to get access to the data. We're going to have access through the virtual resource data center, some people call it the enclave. The critical difference here, the critical element here is what we're trying to do is bring the CMS data online to enable FDA to use the tools that have been talked about. So that's the critical difference. We can use those routine tools with the Sentinel data by bringing CMS on board in this way. And we're hoping to have it fully on board in the fall of 2016. Because CMS essentially is an insurer like most of the other data partners in Sentinel, bringing them on board is adding an incredibly new resource and a new cohort, but it's pretty straightforward in terms of once you can figure that out, the same query tools should work because it's an insurer like the others. Hospital Corporation of America is a little different. So HCA, you've got a little background on HCA already. It's a big national hospital chain. Azadeh actually nicely mentioned these new data sources that are there. It's really inpatient medications and transfusions are the new areas that we now have access to that we didn't have before. The reason you've heard HCA so many times today is because we're actually all really excited about this new source. I mean, it's really, I'm going to have to hold us back a little bit so we can learn how to use it, but it's really pretty exciting. So there's a new kind of data in there, probably better access to electronic medical record, so we can able to actually go look at the record a little more easily. And the difference is the unit of analysis is now the hospitalization. So within HCA, you have an admit date and a discharge date, and we're very good at looking at what happens between those dates. But that's a very different scenario than a health insurer, which has a different unit of analysis. So that's what we have to think about, and I'll describe how that makes it a little different. So how did we use the HCA data? We're transforming it to the Sentinel data model, and we added to the Sentinel data model to account for these new data sources. And I expect we're going to continue to modify the data model to keep incorporating the expanded kinds of data that HCA has. We mentioned Trolley. Azadeh mentioned the Trolley study. The reason it's such a nice example is the exposure and the outcome will happen during the hospitalization. So that's the key element, and that's perfect for this kind of data. That's this idea of matching the data to the question. This one worked out well. We have this added benefit of, because FDA's doing this Trolley study, we're learning about the HCA data, essentially cheating a little bit. We're learning about it before it had come online as a kind of easily queryable data partner. So we've learned a lot as we're doing just that trolley study. Everyone likes numbers, so what we've been doing with HCA at this point to bring them on board as a full data partner, not kind of just doing one study, but bring them on board as a data partner that we can do routine querying with. You do a whole transformation process, and then you do a lot of data checking. So I took these numbers from the data checks. We have about 4 years of data that have in the data set at this point. A lot of hospitalization, about 7.5 million hospitalizations. Inpatient meds, I double and triple checked this number. It's almost 660 million records, right? So you can imagine in a hospital, there's a lot of records for the meds. And inpatient transfusions that have been mentioned. We picked just some other things that might be of interest, kind of number of kidney transplants we see, and this is what we see in the data source that they've extracted for Sentinel. This isn't across, this is across those 4 years, and this is just based on the data checking that we've done. So kidney transplants and bone marrow, about 220,000 deliveries a year. Really nice resource for that, and we have the inpatient data for those deliveries, and 425,000 adult ICUs, adult inpatients with at least one ICU day. So where do we go from here? A week ago, this heading said initial data characterization to be completed soon, something along those lines. It's done. We're happy to report that in the last 10 days or so, the folks back at the Operations Center have gotten through that full data characterization, a lot of work from HCA, collaboration with them to do it. So it's available for querying. So now we're starting to try to use those data. So it's available for ad hoc querying now, which means we're going to figure out how to use it. We're going to learn as we go. And then the next step is figuring out the routine analytic tools of how you use it more as part of a routine querying kind of approach. The trolley project will help us do that, just learning, and then we will be doing some exploratory queries. What does it look like over here in the data and over here? You have to learn about these new sources. So that's a lot of what we'll be doing, with the expectation that we'll build tools to easily use those data and then probably keep enhancing that model. We've only really focused on a small piece of the HCA, those available data at this point. There's more things we haven't done than have when you think about an EHR in the inpatient setting. So I imagine we'll expand based on FDA's needs and interests of that data model. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Next, I'll turn it over to Bruce.
Okay, I'm happy to be here today to talk about plans for using simulation experiments to evaluate Sentinel's analytic tools. And these are just plans that have been getting underway recently. For some background, Sentinel's area system needs ready-for-use tools to conduct valid, reliable, rapid safety surveillance. And you've heard quite a bit about area in earlier presentations. An area includes some tools for propensity score matching designed to reduce confounding in safety studies using observational data. We're going to be doing simulation experiments to evaluate how these propensity score-based tools perform in a range of realistic scenarios. And we're hoping that our findings should clarify strengths and limitations of these tools and guide enhancements to them and development of additional tools. We have 3 specific aims. First, to evaluate the tools that are already in the toolbox. And as was mentioned earlier, they can do either one-to-one propensity score matching or one-to-n matching where n varies. Second, we're going to consider additional ways of using propensity scores, and these include fine stratification, full matching, weighting, as Marcia, I think, alluded to in her presentation, propensity score regression, and some doubly robust methods. And third, we want to develop infrastructure for conducting realistic simulations known as plasmode simulation experiments, because we think it's a promising way to evaluate the performance of Sentinel's methods and tools in the Sentinel data environment. So we're going to start by using data from the Commercial Claims and Encounters database at the IMED's Research Lab. And this is a secure interactive setting with Sentinel-like data that's real data, but doesn't overlap with Sentinel data. And we're going to start with an example, which would include a target drug and a comparator that we're comparing that drug to, and the new users of that drug with their, for example, rivaroxaban and warfarin, new users of those two anticoagulants with their users' baseline covariates, patterns of drug usage, and health outcomes of interest. Then we're going to sample real patients with their real covariate profiles. We're going to do sampling with replacement. And that's what plasmode simulation does. Its strength is that the relations among the covariates stay real. And then for each of many scenarios, we're going to be challenging these tools by seeing how well they work in many different scenarios. And in each scenario, we're going to artificially give patients propensities to use rivaroxaban in our example, and risks of health outcomes. And so we'll know the true risk because we'll assign it according to our own data generating mechanism. And we'll see how well the tools detect and estimate the true relative risk. So we're going to build thousands of simulated data sets for each of a range of scenarios. And we use a propensity score-based tool on each data set to estimate the target effect, typically the relative risk associated with use of one drug versus the other drug. And then we evaluate how valid and reliable were the tool's estimates in different scenarios, different ways that challenges that we've put into our scenarios. We're going to have scenarios where the drug's effect on risk is moderate or large, and also scenarios where the drug's entirely safe and there's no effect on risk. We're going to have scenarios where there's strong confounding by the measured covariates, and also scenarios where the confounding is moderate. We're going to have scenarios where the baseline risk is high, low, or very low, rare events where perhaps we can't estimate the relative risk, but we can say something about how much reassurance there can be about what the bounds on the attributable risk might be. Thus, each scenario has a made-up drug effect on risk that our tools should estimate accurately and efficiently despite the challenges we pose. We're going to assess performance with measures of bias. That's whether on average, if we have thousands of risk estimates, whether they hit the relative risk accurately on average. Precision, how much spread there is. If there's very little spread, we can get a tight confidence interval around our estimate. Mean squared error, which takes into account both bias and precision by squaring deviations from the truth rather than from the mean of all the estimates. And the next two measures assess type 1 and type 2 error when we make hypothesis tests. What's the chance of a false positive safety signal? What's our power when we use this tool to detect a real safety problem if there is a real problem? And then finally, two criteria for good performance for a tool that are less statistical and quantitative. We want tools that are feasible in Sentinel's distributed data environment and given the privacy requirements. And we also want tools that are credible, transparent. So we're going to say something about how easy it is to understand. I want to say a little more about the challenges our scenarios are going to pose. We're going to put in there heterogeneity and drug effects across subgroups and across levels of baseline risk. Change in drug effects by time on the study drug. And we're also going to put in there what's sometimes called informative censoring, where duration of drug use associated with lapses in adherence may be associated with some potential confounding. Eventually, not at first, but we're actually going to put in some of the challenges posed by periodic analyses of accumulating data. because such analyses may be needed for timely safety surveillance of a new drug. There are also challenges posed when we have more than one outcome of interest for a given target drug and when we have more than one comparator of interest. And of course, the huge problem in studies of observational data is confounding by unmeasured factors. Here's the work group members that we have on this team that's being co-led by Linglong Li and myself. In red, we have people from Harvard Pilgrim, the Sentinel Center, Operations Center. We also have collaborators from Group Health, from Brigham and Women in green there, and in blue are FDA collaborators. We also have expert consultants from academics and from the data partners, and we have a timeline for this work that just began a couple of months ago and will extend to May of 2017. I have just a couple of concluding comments. I want to emphasize that the questions and issues we're addressing arose from Sentinel activities and many Sentinel activities in recent years that have been using propensity score-based methods and safety surveillance. Among the different challenges and methods that I mentioned, we're going to prioritize according to FDA's concerns and priorities. And in summary, we hope and expect that our simulation experiments are going to help FDA understand strengths and limitations of the existing tools, develop additional tools, and conduct valid, reliable, rapid safety surveillance of medical products. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you, Bruce. I'll turn it over to Martin next.
Thank you very much for inviting me here, and also I want to say it's such a great privilege to be part of the Sentinel project. It's such a cutting edge, both in terms of public health and science. I'm going to talk about a tree scan statistic and attempt to cast a wide net to detect unsuspected adverse reactions. And this is collaborative work with a bunch of people, which I will show in the last slide. Sentinel's focus has been and will always be and should always be on looking at specific hypothesis of does this exposure cause this adverse event or not. But Sentinel is such a valuable resource so that we could also use it for signal identification or signal detection. So the question then is, how can we detect any unsuspected adverse reaction that we wouldn't even think about? And also, how can we try to ensure that there are no unknown adverse reactions there that we don't know about? So one way to do that is to use what's called a tree scan statistic. So what it does is for selected vaccines in this example, but it could be drugs, we use Sentinel data to evaluate thousands of potential adverse events and groups of closely related adverse events. We evaluate multiple potential risk windows of when this adverse event may happen after the exposure, and we adjust for the multiple testing to ensure that we don't get a whole lot of false positives. So one issue when we do this is the level of granularity in the outcomes, because suppose there is a drug and there's an increased risk, that could be in a very specific diagnosis like acute liver failure, or it could be a whole range of related diagnoses of different liver problems. So in one person is one type of liver problem, in another person is other. And if we're just looking, we don't know what we're looking for, we have to sort of look both at the very fine granular level and a more broader level. So what we do is we can use a tree. We have a tree with all the outcomes. So here we, for example, at the bottom of the leaves of this tree, we have heart attack, cardiac arrhythmia, and cardiomyopathy, which is heart problems. And then we have kidney failure and kidney infection, which is another group. And then we will cut this tree, so when we cut further down, we see is an excess risk of kidney failure. If we cut further up, is there an excess risk of any type of kidney problem? So at the lowest level on this tree, we have about 6,000 ICD-9 codes. And then we adjust for the multiple testing of looking at all these 6,000 plus groups of these 6,000. And I'm going to give one example. We have tried it on different types of outcomes, but I'm going to give you an example of the human papillomavirus vaccine, Gardasil. And we're looking for medically attended adverse events. We use what's called a conditional tree temporal scan statistic. This is a self-control method that adjusts for all time-varying confounders. And we look at the first dose of this vaccine, and we had 1.9 million doses, so 1.9 people exposed. And the data comes from 4 of the Sentinel health plans. And we don't know if this adverse event will happen soon after vaccination or further down the road. So what we do is we follow them for 8 weeks, and we say that the risk window of excess risk will start in the first 4 weeks, and it will end during the first 6 weeks. And we'll have a minimum of 2 days and maximum of 4 days risk window. And the comparison window is those days in this 1 to 56 that are not in the risk window. So this is the results for the Gardasil HPV-4 vaccine. And you can see here that if you start from the bottom, we find a signal for cellulitis and abscess of upper arm and forearm. That's one of the ICD-9 codes. That's sort of a skin issue, and that's a known adverse reaction to the vaccine, that on the injection site you have a little thing on the skin, so that's not surprising. And we would have expected to see that. So it picks up this known adverse reaction. You can also see that at the higher level of the tree, at the level 12, disease of the skin and subcutaneous tissue is also significant, but it's driven by different skin issues that might be coded slightly different by different physicians. If we go further up, we have another signal for other complications of surgical and medical procedures, including post-vaccination fever and serum reaction due to vaccinations. So that's also something that you would expect to see. And those were the 2 signals that we got from looking at many, many thousands of things. So what did we not find? Well, for example, these are some of the things where there was an excess relative risk, but there was not statistically significant. So these are not any signals, but it gives examples of what the method actually was looking for. So dysphagia, difficulty in swallowing, there was no reason to think that that would be caused by the vaccine. There's still no reason to think it is, but we looked for it, as well as these other things, some of which I never even heard of before doing this study. So in conclusion, the self-controlled tree temporal scanning worked well for the HPV-4 vaccine. We found known adverse reactions. There were no false alerts. We have high power to detect rare adverse reactions, and you can see that, for example, that for the other serum reactions due to vaccinations, there were 11 observed out of 1.9 million, so that's an attributable risk of 0.6 per 100,000, so 6 per million vaccinees. That's very rare, but it still picked it up here with a pretty small p-value. So we have good power to detect rare adverse reactions when we have this huge Sentinel data set. It adjusts for the multiple testing, and that's why we didn't find a lot of false positives. We only looked for, in this case, early onset adverse reactions that happen within a few weeks of vaccinations. And we only looked, in this case, at the first dose. We used a software called TreeScan that has been developed as part of this project, and that is free for anybody to use. That can be downloaded. And in the future, we think it may be possible to integrate this into the standard 18-month product review, which Azadeh mentioned in her talk. It might also be used for drugs as well as vaccines, and we're currently testing the method to scan all drugs for specific adverse event with people at CEDAR. So I'd like to acknowledge the TreeScan team members who has been part of both what I showed in this talk, but also other type of TreeScan projects. I would especially like to mention Catherine Yee and Judy Mara, who is leading the HPV-4 pilot project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. I'd like to thank the other panelists as well. We're going to also have time for audience Q&A at the end of this session. So as you think of your questions, please come up to the microphones. Before we go to the audience, I do have a couple of questions for the panelists. These are all excellent examples of how tools get developed within Sentinel, what motivates their development, what the potential uses are. So my first question is related to Again, it's an important topic. HCA as a data partner, so I'll bring it up again. So this is to Jeff. As I looked at the map of the United States and looked at where the HCA hospitals are, a lot, states that came up, Georgia, Virginia, Colorado, California, those happen to also be states where there is a large proportion of health plans that are already in Sentinel, so like Anthem and United, et cetera. So my question is, how are you thinking? So presumably, the patients who are going to those hospitals, many of them probably have Blue Cross Blue Shield, United, Humana as their insurer, and so they might be the same patients. So so the question is, how are you thinking about the overlap, because you're adding not necessarily new populations to Sentinel, but rather new data pieces on the existing population. So are you thinking about that overlap, or does it not matter because of the way that you're using the HCA data?
Sure. So there is overlap. So we know that there will be the same patients in these data in the data sets. The first solution is don't ask the same question of both. And because you would ask different kinds of questions in the HCA data, which has basically a time window of the hospitalization, versus the rest of Sentinel, where the time is defined person time in the during that enrolled period. So you would use them for different questions. But you raised a second point of, well, it would actually be nice to be able to link them, because that's really what you would want to create a more robust data source. So I think we spent a lot of time thinking about how we would do it, and HCA is probably a nice. We have to look. I get ahead of myself sometimes. So linkage would be great. First, we got to learn how to use the data and build the partnership with HCA. But at least it's a one-to-one linkage, actually, the way if it was HCA to the insurers. There's no risk at this point. I mean, there is no risk of us finding the same outcome in the same analysis, that we would just not do that.
Can you also talk about sort of what you're learning in terms of, we've heard, and this is not new, that EHR data are great, but they're also dirty in different ways than claims data. So there must be a tremendous amount of learning in terms of how to glean the right kinds of variables that you need for an analysis from the medical record. So you can talk a little bit about that learning curve and how you're approaching that?
Well, we started pretty simple, I think, is the idea. Start with a common data model. So start with the information in HCA that's best understood by them and us, and build from there. So what we did have to build a inpatient medication table, it's different than outpatient dispensing. I mean, there's different elements in how the data are organized and the data flow, and there's an inpatient transfusion table, right? So that was important to FDA, so we built that out now. What I expect is that we'll keep learning about the HCA data as a resource, matching that with FDA needs. So transfusion wasn't an accident. We ended up at transfusions. Transfusion because it was a really important topic for FDA, and then we'll kind of move from there.
Great, thanks. So Bruce, plasmode simulations. Exciting. So, I understand the overall goal of that is that, there are existing techniques and methodologies that are used within Sentinel now. The simulations are one way to get a better sense of as you mentioned for FDA, the strengths and limitations of those tools. I suspect that the tools aren't one size fits all. So it's not necessarily a question of is one tool better than the other, but rather in what scenarios and what kinds of questions do some tools perform better than others. So are you hoping that the results of these analyses are going to help map out, when we see a question like this or in this kind of clinical scenario, let's use this tool, not the other? So is that sort of the longer term plan for these kinds of evaluations?
Yes, that Thanks. That's our intent. We're posing in the scenarios that we study with our simulation experiments, we're going to pose different challenges to see if the tools get the right answer, get the right estimate of the relative risk. And we expect, as you suggest, that the tools we already have perform well in a wide range of situations. But there will also be situations where we may find that it would be helpful to refine these tools in certain ways and also to build some new tools. And we're going to be focusing on propensity score-based tools, but propensity scores can be used in a variety of additional ways to the ways that have been implemented with our current tools. And we're going to see if, hopefully we'll come up at the end of this with some guidance and recommendations about situations where additional, more refined tools or additional tools would be helpful.
So you brought up the ability to use the IMEDS database, and that's useful, I think, because it's a de-identified database. You're able to get your hands on the data and run some of these simulations. Are there any plans that, you know, once you have your answers from that data to be able to turn to the actual mini Sentinel, or I'm sorry, the actual Sentinel system data partners and sort of test those assumptions on the Sentinel data themselves?
Well, we think that for simulation, you know, we're starting with real data, we're resampling from real data. This is a laboratory that's accessible for this purpose, and we think that the data there are Sentinel-like enough that we can make inferences from what we learn with the IMEDS data about what's going to work in Sentinel. And these questions, though, have come up in our real studies of Sentinel data, and we'll be eventually going back to Sentinel data. But given the distributed data environment and so forth, it's helpful to have a lab like that provided by IMEDS to do the simulation experiments. We have discussed, though, some tests that we could do in Sentinel data itself.
Great, thanks. So Martin, this is the, I think, as I think back to previous Sentinel meetings, the question always comes up, what about hypothesis generating? What about signal detection? If there's a new product on the market and you're not sure what to look for, then what does Sentinel do? And the answer has been, well, we don't have great methods for that yet, so we're focusing over here instead of on signal generation. But now we have, you're looking into these methods, you're evaluating these methods. You brought up a question about false positives. And so I want to ask you about sort of tolerance for false positives versus false negatives. So if we didn't have the Sentinel system, for example, we might be worried about false positives because that might alert to the public. There's a concern when in reality there isn't. But we have Sentinel. So can you talk about how or at least the thinking behind when you're doing some of these signal generation or the signal identification analyses, where the tolerance level on false positives versus false negatives is, knowing that if there is a positive from the tree scan method, you can then turn to the traditional uses of Sentinel and really refine those signals.
So thank you for that question. I think in terms of false negative, what's good is that with the Sentinel, we have such large sample size that we are really able to pick up very rare adverse reactions. And if we, like in this example, we could pick up things that's 5 to 10 per million. If it's less than that, even if it's serious, it might not be so important from public health. So I think in terms of the false negatives, the sample size really helps with that. The false positives, what the tree scan does, it sort of controls the false positives in terms of the probabilistic aspect of it, so chance occurrences. So in one analysis, if there truly was nothing that was excess risk, we would have a 5% chance of having a false positive. And we can put that at a different level if you wanted to. So that's the control. The thing that's the more concerning for false positive is due to confounding. And the self-control method that I explained is good because it automatically controls for any confounding between persons that's not time varying. There can still be time varying confounders. In this example that I showed, there was no such things, but for other things, we have sometimes encountered time-varying confounders. For example, we looked at the pneumococcal vaccine in adults, and we found that there was an excess of spleen surgery after vaccination. So does the vaccine, pneumococcal vaccine, causes a spleen problem that then leads to surgery? Well, not really. It really is that the pneumococcal vaccine is given as a preventive method 2 weeks before spleen surgery. So there is a causal relationship. It goes backwards in time. So actually the method should pick up those things because you can't distinguish the direction of the causality. But the clinical judgment has to be used to sort of say, well, this is not caused by the vaccine. It's the surgery that causes the vaccination.
Great. So we do have a question before. So one more quick thing. I know, a lot of tool development. Is there any way for others to have access to these tools? Are there any plans to provide this information on the website, for example?
So the software that does the tree scan analysis is available free on the web at treescan.org. So that's available for anybody who wants to try it. And that's sort of one of the products of the Sentinel project to sort of make this available not only within Sentinel, but also outside of Sentinel.
Excellent, thank you. You have a question?
Hi, yes.
Go ahead.
I'm Doris Peter from Consumer Reports. I had a related question about the tree scan results from the Gardasil study that you did. Did you pick up syncope in your study? Because that's a reported adverse event, and I didn't see it there.
That's an excellent question, so thank you very much. We did not, and the reason is when we looked at adverse events, we looked at 1 to 56 days, and syncope happens on day 0. They're usually within a few minutes after vaccination. The reason we do not include day 0 is that on the day of vaccination, that can happen all kinds of things. So for example, for little kids, if we do a vaccination, we find that there is, if we include day 0, we will find that there is eye examination. That's not caused by the vaccine, it's just that you do it at the same visit. So we try not to include day 0 as part of the analysis. And if we want to look at day 0, we usually look at it by itself, and we sort of prepare to throw away most of the things, and only certain things will be looked at.
Did you look at day 0 for Gardasil?
We did not, no.
Okay, but you will, I'm assuming, since that's a...
We might want to do that also, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, question?
Yes. I was struck by the fact that you didn't have a single false positive. Doesn't that raise a few questions about sensitivity, especially for some of the terminology terms that were more frequent?
So the statistics is designed so that if there truly is no adverse events, we would only have a 5% probability of having a false positive. So 5% of the time we will have a false positive, and 95% we should not have it. So it's natural not to have it because we adjust for the multiple testing. Of course, when we adjust for the multiple testing, potentially that could lose power because you have to sort of adjust that away. On the other hand, because of the sample size is so huge in Sentinel, we still have good power. So I think it's a good thing that we didn't have any false positive. I think that shows that the method actually worked in terms of taking care of the multiple testing.
Okay, great. Last question.
Hi, my name is Khadija. I'm with Industry. Quick question. If you step back and look at from a data management perspective, this is a new phenomenon. You are taking very disparate data from different sources and bringing it together. As a side, aside from the safety application, is there going to be expectation that there'll be papers published out of this on the whole philosophical change? Because every source, data source you're using is a dynamic data source. And how are you handling that change management? Because this is starting a new trend from data revolutionizing, if I can use the word. So can we expect some papers coming out of the university on that topic?
So, it's for me, any takers?
So we spend a lot of time worrying about the diversity of the data partners. We have this and I see it as a benefit. We have big and small, they're all over the country, they have different systems, different policies even, which we can benefit from. We spend an awful lot of time going through essentially a standardization process and a checking process. I won't bore you with the data checking cycle, but every time a partner updates their data, we go through, it can be up to 1,500 checks to ensure some consistency. But that only gets you so far, right? I mean, it's really important to check every time. So what we do is every time we ask a specific question, most of what we're doing is checking consistency across the data partners, looking for anomalies, because you can't check every dark corner of the database. So we do this initial check and validation of the data sources for consistency to get them to the point where we think we can use them and we understand them. And questions come up and we ask and answer, and they get asked and answered. But then every time we want to ask a question, for example, if it's HPV4, we'll go and look at HPV4 across the data sets by age, by year, by sex. Age, year, and sex. To see if it's consistent, and if it's not, to ask questions. One of the benefits of working in this environment is that we can call the data partners, and we do, and they know it, and we have a direct relationship with all of the data partners. So when we see something, we have a phone number. We call and say, hey, in 2004, something looked funny, and we talk about it. And we can do that as part of the data checking process, or we do it as things pop up in particular analyses. If something looks unusual, we'll make a phone call, and our partners are great, and they call back, and we talk to them about it. It's different than buying the data. It's really different. These are partners that work with us on it.
Great, thanks, Jeff. That concludes our session. I'd like to thank all our panelists for joining me up here. As we said before, lunch is on your own. There are some great restaurants in the area. If you have any questions, Joanna at our registration desk can point you in the right direction. We'll be reconvening back here exactly at 1:15. The next session will start sharply at 1:15. And feel free to bring back food into this room if you don't have time to finish it outside. Thank you and have a great lunch.
One of my colleagues already asked me to go to lunch with her, so I'm looking for her.
Here you have lunch at Judy. Yeah.
Sandwich okay?
Well, we might be able to get. So I'm gonna reach out and ask, because if so, and we're here, it's not like we have any choice but to eat food here. Hopefully they'll pay for it. Like Brookings used to be really, really bad about that, and then I would get money back, and Mark Brothers made like $1 billion. Crap, where had that slide been? Okay, so it would have been slide 150 or 160 originally. Okay.
Just let me know when, so nobody has told me about the swapping glasses. How do you actually
It's already there, Adam. There's actually two of them. So.
Good afternoon. We're going to get started in just a couple of minutes, so I'd like to ask our panelists for the next session to head on up to the table, please.
I'm Mark.
Good to see you. We don't usually have our panelists bring their own chairs. Thanks for accommodating. All right, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you all back to our afternoon session of the 8th Annual Sentinel Public Workshop. We've got a great session coming up now. You all heard this morning about some of the opportunities for the future in Sentinel involving going beyond I guess I can say it now, the traditional work that Sentinel has been involved with around drug safety surveillance. This morning we heard from FDA leadership, Sentinel investigators, technical experts about Sentinel's use and value for better evaluating the safety of regulated medical products, but we also heard some about these new opportunities. And that's what we're going to focus on in this session. We're going to hear more about how Sentinel can be used beyond the regulation of drugs and biologics and can contribute, actually perhaps be a major foundational element of the broader evidence needs that a national system, a national learning healthcare system could accomplish. Emerging legislative and policy proposals like the 21st Century Cures Act and the upcoming user fee reauthorizations have all noted the importance of so-called real-world data and real-world evidence to help improve not just regulatory science and decision-making, but to help patients and clinicians make decisions, to help with many other important public policy issues that depend fundamentally on the quality of the evidence of medical products. The Sentinel system, which captures real-world data not only through claims, but as you heard today, increasingly additional electronic clinical data, laboratory data, in partnership with a growing range of data partners, has the potential to use this kind of longitudinal infrastructure as a national resource to support all of these other health system priorities. And that's what we're going to focus on in this session. We're very fortunate today to have leaders from the CDC, PCORI, NIH, the Reagan-Udall Foundation, and the FDA to talk about some of their work and opportunities for leveraging the Sentinel system for these broader public health and health improvement purposes. I'm very pleased to be joined by Susan Hariri, the Scientific Deputy Prevention Branch for the Division of Viral Hepatitis at the CDC, Joe Selby, the Executive Director of the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, Catherine Myers, the Director of the Office of Clinical and Regulatory Affairs, the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health at the National Institutes of Health, Troy McCall, the Chief Implementation Officer of the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA, and Melissa Robb, the Associate Director for Regulatory Affairs in the Office of Medical Policy at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. We're going to start with some opening comments and in some cases slides to go with them from all of our panelists, and then we'll have some time for discussion. So Susan, can you start us off? Yeah, if you want to come on up, we should have your slides teed up right there.
Thank you. So I'm, as Mark mentioned, Susan Hariri. I'm from the Prevention Branch of the Division of Viral Hepatitis, and I'm going to sort of shift gears a little bit this afternoon and talk about our efforts to monitor the HCV care cascade in the U.S. So just as a brief background, hepatitis C virus, or HCV, is a substantial, if often under-recognized, public health problem. Hepatitis C is the leading cause of chronic liver disease and hepatocellular carcinoma in the United States. And currently, about 3.5 million Americans are estimated to be living with chronic hepatitis C. Among adults, people who were born from between 1945 and 1965, or the so-called baby boomers, have the highest burden of disease. They have a prevalence that's 6 times as high of adults in other age groups. And the morbidity and mortality due to HCV has been steadily increasing, and in fact, HCV-related deaths now exceed deaths from all other reportable infectious diseases combined in the U.S. There is some good news, however. There are new opportunities to combat this so-called silent epidemic. First and foremost, we now have safe, well-tolerated, and highly effective drugs that have an over 90% cure rate. We also now have non-invasive tests that have replaced repeated liver biopsies for management of the disease and staging of liver disease. Also in 2012 and 2013, CDC and the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force changed or revised their guidelines to recommend one-time testing in the baby boomers, the people born between 1945 and 1965, to help with case detection. And finally, the ACA expansion has really provided a lot of opportunities for access to health care, especially people with chronic HCV are no longer denied access to health care for pre-existing conditions. So we in the Division of Viral Hepatitis are committed to making sure that people who are living with chronic hepatitis C are identified and linked to recommended care and treatment. And one way that we're doing this is through monitoring the HCV care cascade. And this is simply an approach to describe and quantify sequential steps in the spectrum of care from testing to cure. And it's a really elegant and useful tool to direct public health action by identifying gaps and barriers to progression along this spectrum of care, and also to implement strategies to improve progression. This has been done a lot in studies, mostly in patient cohorts or in small subgroups, but at the national level, there's really no single model or data source that can be used to monitor the cascade on this large scale. And likewise, there's no standard measures currently for monitoring the cascade nationally. And the estimates that you may have seen are mostly from combining studies that looked at either parts of the cascade or individual steps in the cascade. So just to give you an idea, from a national perspective, what we'd like to do is to start with population prevalence so that we can understand the underlying burden and the epidemiology of disease. And from there, we would look into whether the recommendations are being followed, whether the target populations are being tested, what the seroprevalence is in the population overall, and in subpopulations. And then the next big question is, are those who, with the positive antibody test, actually receiving appropriate follow-up with RNA testing to confirm chronic HCV? And then of those, what proportion are linked to care? What are the characteristics of people who are linked to care compared to those who are not? What are the barriers and predictors? And then, of course, what % initiate treatment and what % complete treatment? And finally, what % are cured as measured by sustained virological response? And so this cascade is really very time limited. Depending on the disease stage and the genotype and some other clinical factors, it should really only take about 6 to 12 months. But we'd like to also look at beyond that to look at reinfection, long-term outcomes, and things like that. So we have a health services research team in the division that's actually working on developing a standardized approach and systematic methods to monitor the care cascade. And this is important to us because we do want to monitor this over time, and we want to look at trends, and we want to also be able to compare across geographic areas and settings, and make sure that our messaging and our reporting is consistent over time. So the Health Services Research Group is now working to define the individual steps in the cascade. And this really is highly dependent on the setting, the population, the geographic area, and the data source. And so we're also trying to identify appropriate data sources in order to be able to monitor this at the national level. And the case-based surveillance for hepatitis is insufficient because it's, there's a lot of underreporting of hepatitis. Another thing that the group is working on is to select meaningful and measurable indicators for each step. And to the extent possible, we want to be able to provide regional, state, and local level data to inform policy and programs. So the data that we're currently exploring are basically what you've heard. Oh, okay. So we have claims data, administrative claims data on commercially insured populations, as well as the Medicare and Medicaid data. And as you heard this morning, we're really excited to be piloting a project with Sentinel using this rich resource and leveraging the infrastructure to monitor the care cascade. We also have electronic medical records, and another big source of data that we're exploring is data from large commercial reference laboratories that do testing in almost all states in the country. And then finally, we have pharmacy claims data. These are not at the patient level, and there's limited information in them, but they are useful to look at trends in prescriptions over patterns over time. So it looks like I'm out of time. I wanted to, and maybe we can get back to this, but basically this table shows the steps that I just went over and some of the ways that we would like to measure these steps, and then the data sources, availability of the data for the various steps. And I won't go into detail on this, but essentially what we've discovered is that we need multiple data sources in order to be able to construct a full care cascade. And be able to tell a full picture. So in summary, the HCV care cascade approach to monitoring progress to achieve benefits for the curative therapies and preventing HCV-related sequelae is underway. We're developing standard methodology and specific definitions for each step. We're exploring various data sources and how they can help us measure each step. And as I just said, we need access to several data sources of healthcare data in order to be able to look at the entire cascade. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Susan. And next is Joe.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the annual meeting concerning Sentinel. I don't know if it means it's your birthday, but I will congratulate you as if it were, and congratulate the FDA for the vision in putting Sentinel together, Rich Platt and folks at Harvard Pilgrim for the coordinating center leadership, and all the I see a lot of Sentinel investigators in the audience, all of you for the years of hard work. I think it's safe to say that Sentinel has been groundbreaking in many ways, really put the notion of the distributed data resource on the map, made the common data model a household word. A lot of it, methodologic research on how to, if you're going to distribute the data and not pool it all in one place, how in the world do you analyze it, leading in that, and a lot of work in validating outcomes and computable phenotypes a lot. So really set the standard. I used to be a Sentinel investigator before I left Kaiser and came here to Pecori. But as you've already heard from this morning, Sentinel, despite is a tough word, but with its 170 million lives, was funded initially for safety research and confined its activities to safety research with the FDA for a number of years, and is still largely restricted to claims data. I appreciate that there are some laboratory data and some EMR data within Sentinel, but the 170 million speaks to people who have claims data. This is very good data for safety, and there's a lot of good examples of safety studies, both showing no harm and some showing adverse effects that are done with claims data. But claims data are, as PCORI started thinking about it, claims data are really not the same in terms of efficiency for comparative effectiveness, where you're really worried about confounding by indication, where the expected differences are much smaller. One needs more clinical detail, and worse than that, one often needs to do randomized trials to get at differences in effectiveness. As I started talking to people about the notion of PCORnet, I said there is a holy grail out there, and you know, Sentinel and the investment FDA made, the collaboratory with the investment that NIH made, and a number of other investments made by industry and other funders all speak to the notion that those data are out there, and we should be able to capture them for multiple uses. And PCORnet, funded by PCORI, is in some ways a sort of a second generation attempt to get at that. But the big news today, I think, is that the Holy Grail now is collaboration among these. But I'll say a little bit about PCORnet. We started just the reverse of Sentinel. Rather than going to health plans and getting claims data, we went to healthcare delivery systems and got EMR data. EMRs, by the time we got started, EMRs had spread to about 75% of the office population, and an even higher fraction of hospital care, so it made sense. But just as I said, there are limitations to claims data. The limitations to EHR data alone are much more severe, much greater. There are undoubtedly, I know there are types of research one can do with EMR data only, but most of them aren't longitudinal, and most of them certainly don't have to do with comparative effectiveness. When we issued the funding announcement, we basically said to applicants, you've got to have EMR data on 1 million people and tell us about your claims data. And the winners actually believed that they had access to claims data and could get it. The reality, they may have had letters that said we will share data. The reality did not pan out to be so, and so we realized 12 months in that we were needed a new solution for bringing claims data, and that's where Sentinel, with whom we shared a coordinating center, by the way, and with whom we shared a common data model, comes in. So claims data are needed, as you well know, to create a sampling frame, the actual population, to identify the outcomes comprehensively, to get complete data on covariates in past medical history, and to even know that you're still following the person. You can't know that in EMR alone. So what are we doing? We've issued an announcement. There are people in the audience right now preparing applications for this announcement, and it's directed specifically to Sentinel members, health plan members, to join PCORnet. We will, mid-year, we will award 2 awards to 2 Sentinel members, and we will work hard within PCORnet and with Sentinel and the Coordinating Center to accomplish that work of linkage. And the work behind that, which means getting a health plan and a delivery system to agree that this is an important study that you want to lend your data to. That part excites us a lot. Just in closing, other key aspects of PCORnet that differ a little bit from Sentinel, we put an emphasis, because we're PCORI, on engagement early on. Several reasons. One is we think that engagement makes the research better. We're going to be using patients' data. They need to know about it and have a say over it. Also, we're aiming to do clinical trials, so the systems need to know. They need to agree to have a clinical trial going on in their midst. We have demonstration projects underway. One is a large randomized trial, 2 doses of aspirin for secondary prevention of heart disease, 2 very large multi-center observational studies in obesity, a health systems project, that's actually a set of 4 pilot projects, and a very large investment in our patient-powered research networks, their projects. We actually have a couple examples now of externally funded research going on within PCORnet, and we expect that will, we really feel that it must take off this year. So you will see other users, as was always our plan, funding research within PCORnet, a bit now, a lot more by the end of the year. So I look forward to discussions with my other colleagues and you.
Thanks, Joe. And next up is Kathy.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Mark, and thank you for the invitation to participate in the day today. It's been extremely informative of the scope and remarkable progress of the Sentinel efforts, and I'm delighted to be here today to tell you a bit about the collaboratory program and its early exploration into using the amazing distributed data infrastructure that's been created within Sentinel. I think I have slides. Where would I find them? Oh, thank you very much. Great. So again, I need to introduce you to a bit about the collaboratory program. I think unlike many of the efforts you've heard discussed today, the collaboratory is not a network. It is a collection of pragmatic clinical trials that are being conducted in partnership with integrated healthcare systems around the U.S. and that have been embedded within the usual clinical care setting. The overall collaboratory effort is a common fund effort from the NIH. It began in 2012, and it began with the goal to really strengthen the national capacity to implement cost-effective, large-scale research studies that engage healthcare delivery systems as research partners. Along these lines, these aims are really to provide a framework for implementation methods, best practices, that will enable the participation of many different kinds of healthcare systems in clinical research. And clearly, research conducted in partnership with these healthcare systems is really essential to strengthen the relevance of the research to advancing healthcare and the healthcare practice. Now, if we take a broad scope and look at the map of the U.S., there are really two observations I'd like to call your attention to here. One, the collaboratory is now a collection of 9 pragmatic clinical trials that have been launched around the U.S. The star over North Carolina, if you will, is Duke University, that functions as the coordinating center for all of the collaboratory program. And as the NIH is constituted by 27 different institutes and centers, these pragmatic trials span many different disciplines, from suicide prevention to care of ESRD, the management of patients with chronic pain, and a variety of disorders consistent with our overall mission. And we have quite a heterogeneous mix of NIH scientists that are involved in the program. Now, if one looks at the healthcare partners, healthcare system partners that have come to the table with the projects, we see a very diverse group of organizations, many of which are familiar to those involved in the Sentinel program. And the requirements for participating in the collaboratory is that each of the NIH investigators establish these partnerships with the healthcare systems in which they work, and then brought all of their ideas together, and each were required to work across at least 2 different healthcare systems in order to push forward the methods for integrating electronic healthcare data and records across different systems. Now, the Coordinating Center program is really run by the Coordinating Center, which was given a charge of 3 distinct tasks. One is to provide the national leadership and really the technical expertise in all aspects of research with healthcare systems. They also have been very effective in not only the planning, but the implementation of all of these trials within the NIH collaboratory. And finally, a very important bullet item here is to make available the data, tools, and resources from these as well as other projects in order to facilitate future research, the planning and cooperation of additional healthcare systems and investigators in conducting additional research. So if one peruses the collaboratory DRN website, here's a screenshot of what the coordinating center has been working on, very ably led by Rich Platt and his team for the DRN. This, I guess, as one looks at this, clearly the team is beginning to put process to vision, if you will, of organizing, bringing investigators to the table to develop processes whereby they can engage and begin using such a tool. And similarly, if one peruses the website, there are a number of the existing partners for the Sentinel system that have expressed an interest in further exploring the options of working with such an NIH resource of a distributed data network for future research in NIH, and not only in the planning, but also the implementation of future studies. Now, again, this is perhaps a slide we've seen earlier today, which again shows a strategy and a vision for how all of these partners may work together. The existing infrastructure of Mini Sentinel, now graduated to the Sentinel level, as we heard this morning, the NIH Distributed Research Network, as well as other networks and sponsors that participate. And each organization can participate with multiple networks, and controlling of the infrastructure and individual governance is clearly an important aspect of this, as well as continuing to share generalizable knowledge, what we're learning, and additional tasks of data curation, analytics, and lessons learned. So I leave this as a final slide for us to sort of focus on this final charge to our Collaboratory Coordinating Center, which really focuses on the tool development and resources for the general research community. As we heard this morning, both Janet Woodcock and Rich Platt in his comments, that these tasks require the cooperation and collaboration of multidisciplinary teams across various agencies and organizations. And clearly, the leveraging of such vital and important infrastructure is going to be a very large aspect of planning future research. And so I think I'll close with that, and I'm happy to bring the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kathy. And next is Troy.
Well, first of all, thank you all for joining us today. This is not my 8th birthday, but it is my 4th birthday being part of this great program. And it's really exciting to see the progress that's been made, and it's also equally exciting to have been at least a small part of the progress that's been made. So today, I'd like to share with you the progress that we've been making specifically on IMEDS, the Innovation in Medical Evidence Development and Surveillance Program at the Reagan-Udall Foundation. For those of you who may not be familiar with IMEDS, it is a public-private partnership that was basically established to help us build upon all the great progress that's been made historically, starting with Mini Sentinel, now Sentinel, also through the Observational Medical Outcomes Partnership, or OMOP, that was created largely by industry a number of years ago at the time that Mini Sentinel was stood up. And so we've created this public-private partnership that consists of 3 sub-programs. The first program is IMEDS Methods, and as its name would imply, this is where we facilitate the development of methods as well as the refinement of methods to help in safety surveillance. And Janet mentioned earlier today the importance of methods research, and I can't begin to emphasize that as well, but that's not really the purpose of what we're going to talk about today. The second stool of the second leg of the three-legged stool, or the stool, is IMEDS Education. And as you can imagine, although this is an exciting area of science, it's a small but growing area of science, and we feel that we need to play a special role in expanding the research community. And then the third area where we are going to spend the time today talking about is IMEDS evaluation. Specifically, Janet and others have talked today about how Sentinel was always intended from day one to be a national resource. In order to leverage Sentinel as a national resource to non-FDA stakeholders, we've created the IMEDS evaluation program that will allow non-FDA stakeholders to be able to use the same tools and methods as exist within Sentinel. Like Sentinel, we're using a distributed database, a distributed data network. We've partnered, not surprisingly, with Harvard Pilgrim. They've been an amazing partner throughout this journey. And we've also established partnerships with the same data partners that exist within Sentinel. An overview of our pilot project. So not unlike Sentinel, we also thought it would be important to start in a thoughtful manner with a pilot project. This pilot project for IMEDS evaluation has been graciously supported by Pfizer. It consists of 2 phases. The first phase is development of the policies and procedures which would ultimately guide how we govern, how we communicate, and how we operationalize the system. And then the second is to actually put those policies and procedures to the test by posing 2 demonstration cases. The data partners have been engaged. Harvard Pilgrim has been engaged, obviously, as well. So in phase 1, we, again, created this in order to establish the policies and procedures for how we're going to oversee the project. We have gotten to what we call the final first draft, and we use that final first draft of the policies and procedures to guide phase 2 of the pilot project. But some of the things that we've learned since the time that we issued that final first draft, and I see Elizabeth smiling because this first one was certainly one that she highlighted for us, is that we need to make sure that the governance structure is not too unwieldy, and we need to make sure that it allows us to operate in a streamlined and efficient manner. So we're going to work on that as well. We do need a better description of exactly how the data partners will participate, when they will begin participating. And we also need to make sure that we're including a robust communication plan for how we will disseminate the results of any query. So phase 2 is where we actually performed, again, posed a couple of queries to the system. Reagan-Udall, as well as the data partners, were required to get IRB approval, and I'll say another word on that in just a moment. We have now, just very recently, within the last few days, have received results from phase 2, so we're very excited about that. And Rich, thank you for the plug earlier on that one. And the final study report will be submitted and shared with the public, as all future results of any IMEDS evaluation query will occur. So I am running a little bit short on time. I want to make sure that I'm able to talk about what we're going to be doing next. But again, the data partners have been involved. Research versus public health authority is an area that we do want to spend a little bit more time on. We did have to get IRB approval. If we had public health authority or were recognized as such, we wouldn't have to do that, but that's not the only reason. The other reason to have this status is it would ensure that all the data within each of the data partners' repositories would be made available for such queries. In terms of communication, we are going to be holding a stakeholder meeting in the second quarter to basically discuss our policies and procedures, do a lessons learned, and determine how we can build upon the progress that we've made up to this point as we look to roll out IMEDS evaluation into full production mode. The pilot project manuscript will be submitted, and so all of you will obviously have an opportunity to review that. Results will be disseminated directly to FDA, again, as would always be the case with any query posed within IMEDS evaluation, as well as being made available to the public. So what we're going to be doing next is this quarter, we're going to be finalizing the policies and procedures. We're also going to be completing the first draft of the manuscript. Next quarter, as mentioned previously, we're going to be holding an in-person stakeholder meeting to ensure that everybody who has an interest in how this program will be rolled out has an opportunity to have their voices heard. We'll continue discussions with basically OHARP in terms of determining if there can be public health status granted. And then lastly, we'll establish the necessary infrastructure that will be required to roll the program out into full production mode so that IMEDS evaluation later this year can be made available to all non-FDA stakeholders. So thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Thanks, Troy. And last but not least on the panel, Melissa.
Thank you. So I guess I'm here to wrap it up a little bit about some of these different projects. Like Janet mentioned this morning, it's not new for FDA to be talking about the desire for Sentinel to evolve into a national resource. Although Sentinel grew out of a congressional mandate for safety purposes, FDA is already starting to think about other uses of the data to better understand the performance of the products that we regulate. And so it only makes sense that there will be others outside of FDA who have similar interests in using these data for different purposes. And so we fully support that. So as we move from mini Sentinel to Sentinel, we've also been starting to think about other opportunities that FDA has. And I think it might have been mentioned that collaboration is where we see a huge opportunity to maximize the investments that we and others have made in this data, and to realize efficiencies, and to really enrich the types of data and the quantity of data we have access to. So as Joe mentioned, Sentinel is very heavily claims data focused, but as we bring in more richer types of data from electronic health records, we can also benefit from using the investment that Pecora has made in those types of partners. So I think that's where we're focused now, is this opportunity that we have to work with all these groups up here and others who have been working in this space. So we put together some slides that kind of show kind of our vision in that area. And we like to think of different nodes that we can be leveraging, and just thinking about that a little. Kaiser is one example where there's many different Kaiser sites that contribute to the database, and that they're able to give that data for analysis for FDA for safety purposes, but we can imagine other purposes also. And that, then another important component of this is that patients and providers are getting the feedback they need to inform their healthcare decisions. And so when we think about that, really the close work and interactions with the different data partners and the healthcare environments is a key component. So within Sentinel, we might work with a bunch of nodes, and who are helped by a collaborating center, so that would enable those type of connections to happen. Oops. Oh, well. And so, but then as we think about different groups, such as the National Device Evaluation System that Greg talked about this morning, and CDRH trying to leverage those connections, there's overlap in the different types of partners. It might have a different coordinating center, but the nature of the data is interoperable in a way that we can all leverage the investments that each other are making. And that's really where we're thinking, and focusing a lot of our time now thinking about, is how we can make those investments and maximize those. So the PecoreNet, similar slides, some overlap. Joe even mentioned that they have a specific targeted engagement to some of the Sentinel data partners, with a coordinating center that could be leveraged by others. And so, we could go on and on. There's with different projects, but that's really where we're hoping to focus right now, and be able to have different types of data available for broader purposes. So I want to thank everybody for coming.
Thanks, Melissa, and thanks all of you for some very interesting comments and highlighting a lot of further directions for Sentinel as part of a national neural network. I would like to talk for a few minutes before opening this up to a broader discussion with people in the audience, many of whom are participating in this effort in some way, and I know are thinking about some of these kinds of extensions. Think about some of the challenges to get from where we are now to that kind of network that Melissa just showed, with a lot of nodes participating smoothly in a wide range of evidence development activities, from safety and effectiveness of drugs to better evidence on devices, to better evidence for public health, to supporting practical clinical trials and comparative effectiveness research. It's quite an expansive vision. What do you all see? I guess I think about a lot of the challenges in addressing problems like this is having coming in at least a couple of flavors. One is the technical side. So what are the particular challenges around things like data interoperability? Melissa, you mentioned that. Linkages of different types of data elements, the kinds of data elements needed for one study, one type of study versus another may differ, more clinical, more financial, UDIs, technical issues like that versus I guess what might be called motivational obstacles. So this is hard work. We know it takes resources, but even with technical issues addressed, probably the motivation for the resources and the motivation to work together, that can present some challenges too. And I'd like to spend a few minutes on each of those in turn. Maybe starting with views is about the biggest technical challenges to getting to the kind of vision that you all have laid out. Anybody want to start?
So I'm not a technical expert. I think we're very fortunate, though, that there are a lot of people that have been investing in this in many different ways. ONC and ASPE, in particular from the department, have done a lot of work around supporting core projects and doing things around linking, and we've been fortunate to be involved in some of those projects. So I think the technical issues, I think, are surmountable, but challenging. But I think that it's an exciting era to be in where we have all this data and that people are really driven to develop capabilities to turn it into evidence to inform how we take care of patients.
I can, so I think that within the collaboratory, each of the investigators brought their data partners, and I think I'm not a technical person per se as well in dealing with the data sets, but clearly within the coordinating center, we established core work groups that dealt with the electronic health record and data phenotypes. And we found that this was critical work that occurred within healthcare systems, that it was quite an impressive undertaking that each of the data partners in those trials really had dedicated people to work with investigators and clinicians in order to establish best practices and methods. Now again, these trials are across many different disciplines, but they all faced very similar kinds of issues with how clean the data is, the quality of the data. And so I think it really took this multiple disciplinary team and the work groups working across the different projects. And I think from a data perspective, that was, I think, very fruitful.
I'll just add to that a bit. I think the common data model that Sentinel first stood up was based largely on claims data, which looked messy at the time, but when you, I'm channeling Rich completely here, but in contrast to claims data, electronic health record data are infinitely messier. There are no standards really driving most of the data entry. There's no common practices across centers, even with the same delivery system. And there are a lot of concepts that really are the richness in the electronic health record that have never been standardized anywhere. So building a common data model on the, and I think this is exactly what you're saying, building a common data model on the EHR side is very different than a common data model on the plan side, and takes a lot more time and effort. It's going to be a really incremental effort, probably almost a just in time or as you need it type of standardization project by project. That's why I think we're very excited by the idea of getting the project started and doing, I mean, places like Kaiser who've been doing this work have done a lot of work toward getting good data out of EHRs, but there's an awful lot left to do, and particularly thinking that PCORNet has 13 clinical data research networks. Most of them have never tried this kind of research before. They're most academics, federally qualified health centers, community hospitals, and delivery systems. So a lot of work on the EHR standardization front.
So,
go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, sorry. I really can't add anything to what's already been said about the technical complexities of bringing these data sets together. Historically, these data were never intended to be used in the way in which they're being used now. But what I would focus on is what I said at the beginning of my brief presentation, and also to reiterate what Janet said earlier, and that is we cannot lose sight of the importance of developing the right methods to assess the data. Once we have all the data in a single place, if we don't have the right methods to evaluate the data, then having all the data in the same place under the same common data model really is not going to result in the outcome that we're seeking.
Yeah, build on, I think, I'm not sure this is a technical issue, but several of you raised issues related to whether this is research or public health, and where are those lines? Troy talked about this explicitly. Joe, Kathy, I know in your work with randomization, that's probably more explicitly research. Do we have the methods in place and well understood to think about where these different types of learning activities fit in, or are there challenges there that still need to be addressed? I mean, I took from the earlier comments, this is hard, but technically difficult, but we're making steady progress. What about on these issues of classifying activities as research and on addressing necessary issues around informed consent and engagement of the public?
I guess I can take a first stab at that. Within the collaboratory, we've had a very active ethics and regulatory work group that have been thinking about what the appropriate level of oversight and ethical considerations for pragmatic trials, and considering some elements of our current regulatory framework and definitions of terms such as minimal risk, and how one handles informing patients and informed consent in these kinds of studies. And we've engaged our colleagues across agencies, both at CMS and at FDA and certainly at OHARP over these last few years, to have a lot of conversation about the current trials that are in the collaboratory and how the ethical oversight and the questions about the ethical oversight fits into our current framework. And I think there certainly is much work that needs to be done. Some of the trials posed very interesting questions, and has been a very a sort of focus of lively conversation and dialogue about our current regulatory framework.
Well, I would just add, for several reasons, I don't think we've considered even asking whether these activities that we're particularly interested in sponsoring maybe are not research, they're more public health activity. I think we are trying to promote the notion that one can and ought to do research with these data. As you said, a lot of it is randomized trials to start with, so that's a no-brainer. But even the large observational studies, the million-person observational studies, I think our tack has been with patients involved at every step in PCORI and PCORNet. That's not quite the right strategy. I think oversight is very different than individual level informed consent, and I think clarifying when individual level informed consent is absolutely necessary, and when it's a part of good practice in healthcare, but does not need informed consent is where we've put our
And what
money.
constitutes informed consent?
And what constitutes informed consent, and sometimes what might alternatives to individual informed consent be? Same question, but I think if there delivery systems that own data and want that data used in research need to find ways to let their members or patients know that the data are being used securely. The data are secure, but they are being used for some of these purposes.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up comment, I think the patient component of the research enterprise is a very important piece of this. Janet raised it earlier in her comments this morning about letting the public know about existing efforts in Sentinel. And I think the corollary to that is how all of this work might be interrelated and used for research purposes, and that engaging patients in this process is really critical.
Melissa?
I mean, so obviously Sentinel had to deal with this from the outset, and it's deemed a public health activity by OHARP, and there's implications for that. As we start to think about doing projects outside of Sentinel for non-safety, we're having to revisit how this oversight and protection would work. And so we're starting to think about that again. And I think that's something always that's important. You know, we realize that these data are essential for our purposes and for the new ways we're trying to think about how patients react to and our the safety and effectiveness of products, and how when those are used in outside of the traditional clinical trial settings. So, and the privacy and security of the data that we're accessing is very important. So we wanted to think about it, and we're going to continue to think about it in kind of this new paradigm when we're outside of the safety world.
All right, well, we've talked about some of the technical challenges to getting there from here. We've talked about some very important issues related to definitions of research and ways of informing and engaging patients. Let me talk about more fundamental issues around motivation. It sounds like what a lot of the work that all of these activities have in common is that they are important questions for public health, medical decision making and the like that can't either easily be answered or can't be answered at all by individual nodes, to use Melissa's terminology, by these nodes working by themselves. But that may not be enough to get everybody to work together. Do you all see in the work that you're doing any ways of maybe overcoming either institutional barriers or financial or economic incentives that are moving in the wrong direction or not doing as much as they could to support these kinds of efforts?
This is, again, an area I think we have to thank our colleagues at Harvard Pilgrim and Rich Platt's group, because they did a lot of work, I think, engaging with different data partners and keeping them involved from the onset. I think that there are a lot of challenges. You know, we've heard from our data partners that they don't want different requests coming in for access to their data in different ways. So this is where we see the real big opportunity, is like leveraging one type of approach to transforming and utilizing that data so that they don't have to answer a question from FDA in one way and answer a similar question from NIH or other private groups in a different way. So to the extent that we can be efficient with our ask of the people that are stewards of this data, I think that that's really an opportunity for us.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Joe. So when FDA poses a question and the data partners receive that, that's one thing, I think, in the eyes of the data partners. But when it comes to a non-FDA stakeholder presenting a query, in the case of some data partners, I think there is some degree of skepticism about, you know, what really is the intent behind this query. If it's directly for competitive purposes, they're not going to have any interest in whatsoever in that. But at the end of the day, we've always, I'll just go back to the beginning, we've always talked about leveraging Sentinel as a national resource and having non-FDA stakeholders and industry in particular be given the opportunity to work in a more collaborative fashion with FDA. But to get to the point, that's kind of the issue, but to get to how we might be able to address that, I think the data partners in the case of IMED's evaluation are going to look for more transparency earlier in the process. They're going to want to have a complete and deep understanding of why is this question important to be answered. They're going to want answers to questions like, is FDA interested in this question? Are they going to be interested in the results? Same for EMA and other global regulatory agencies. So I think what we're going to have to do is just ensure that there's greater transparency up front so that at the end of the day, data partners understand that the work that we're trying to do and that industry is trying to do in this case is work to improve patients' lives and even save patients' lives, because that's, at the end of all this, that's what it comes down to.
So at the very first meeting we ever held, July 2012, to discuss the possibility of a network like this, some smart person stood up and said, you know, for a network like this to work, there has to be something in it for everybody that has to contribute. So there has to be something in it for patients, there has to be something in it for clinicians, there has to be something in it for systems. So I think we've perhaps pushed even a little farther into the idea that delivery systems ought to be aware that this research is going on. Both because they do have proprietary interests, but also because that helps them get an appreciation of what their data can contribute to. But beyond that, they also have to have the option of asking and answering questions. So far we've gotten extraordinarily positive reactions to the leaders of from the leaders of delivery systems about PCORNet and about working with the PCORNet researchers in their systems on questions of mutual interest. With the introduction of plans, there's a new set of questions because these are business associates that, that to some extent have competing interests. So am I going to share my delivery system data with, some major national health plan? Well, it better be pretty clearly defined what that use is going to be, and I better be convinced that the shared data will be used for only that purpose. That, I think, is the biggest non-technical challenge, is how one gets at sharing data. Now, we sense a lot of interest in doing it, and I think part of it is because health plans and delivery systems are sharing data increasingly around issues of shared risk, accountable care organizations, et cetera. So you see a fair amount of it already. And we just have to nudge a little further to say, wouldn't it be interesting to address research questions of mutual interest? And then hopefully a little bit down the road from that isn't research in general worth doing with this data now that we've put the infrastructure together? So we look forward to those dialogues between delivery systems and plans once they're both, once we've figured out ways to sort of bring PCORNet delivery systems together with particularly Sentinel payer partners, but others as well.
Thanks, great. Sorry, go ahead, Kathy.
Just as a follow-up, I think the experience in the collaboratory is we had 9 investigators who clearly had relationships with the healthcare systems in which they were working and were asking important questions to the healthcare systems and the people running the healthcare systems. So I think that these stakeholder interactions are at times very complicated, but important that healthcare systems clearly have a very strong interest in what these questions are and can work with these teams.
Some great points. We have some time for questions and comments, so for those of you who have any, please head up to the microphone and again, identify who you are when you ask the question. Please go ahead.
Forget the compliments then.
Said some very nice things about everybody involved in this effort.
Right. My questions really are practical. So if we understand that there is growing knowledge within several groups at FDA about the importance of using data just in the Sentinel, forget all of the other possible linkages. And if we have this wonderful IMEDS evaluation measure, which is going to finally allow industry to be able to ask questions of the network, then can we handle the volume? Is there the capacity in the coordinating center? Is there the capacity at the data partners where I know resources can be tight and it's not their main mission to do this research? And so what are the plans if there isn't that capacity? What are the plans for prioritizing, or will we end up with only the research that is of greatest interest to the government and the individual health plans being what gets done, or are we going to truly be able to have this national resource?
Good question. Troy, Melissa, what's the capacity?
I mean, I think those are good points. Those are things that we're going to have to work out. I mean, FDA, kind of when we started some of these, I can think of, we alluded to this in one of the policies, that data partners can use the data that we invested to transform into the Sentinel Common Data Model, but FDA, they have to meet the requirements of our contract, and FDA has some priority and expectation in that. So as you think about multiple coordinating centers accessing this kind of networked or neural or whatever you call it, those are the types of things that have to be identified. I mean, there are limitations that will probably ease up as we get more familiar with it and as we have better ways and more complex ways to analyze it. But we definitely haven't gotten there, that we've had to figure those things out yet. I'm hopeful that, that those are the types of policy issues you'd have to decide. Who decides? Is it always FDA, or is it there's some governing board that considers the question and the urgency of it for public health in general, and FDA would have to take a back seat. And I think we kind of worked through some of those as we've stood up governance for different projects like OMOP, or as IMEDS is thinking about it. But it just gets, I guess, more and more complex the more people you bring to the table that have to figure this out.
Yeah, and from the IMED's perspective, while we are in the process of laying out the operational framework, we also have to create a business model that will allow the program to be supported. And as part of that business model to support the program, obviously we do have to take into consideration resources that may or may not be available at Harvard Pilgrim, resources that, well, frankly, probably are not available at Harvard Pilgrim today, are not available at the data partners today. So we're going to have to ensure that our business model will allow us on day one to create that limited infrastructure that will allow us to respond to queries in a timely manner. Because one thing that we haven't talked about that non-FDA stakeholders have made very clear to us as we've developed the IMEDS evaluation program is it's not just okay to respond to a query. We need the query to be responded to in real-time or near-time fashion, because that's the only way that we can act, basically. So it's in progress, but we understand that it's a critical issue.
So I, as a former Sentinel investigator, maybe I can address this too. And coming from a place where there really was a lot going on before Sentinel came along, your question is so critically important. It's part of what we mean when we say there has to be something in it for everyone. Beyond that, though, I think there's a number of research shops which will never get totally excited about being part of a national resource unless they are really part of it, really embedded in it, and really getting a lot out. So there's part of it that's culture change at the national level, 21st century research culture rather than 20th century culture. But what that actually means in terms of getting the large community of researchers across the country to trust each other more and to be willing to go through the extra pain of doing multi-center research when maybe they could do it by themselves. All of that is part of it, and I think that's why engagement of all these people is part of the answer.
It is a different research culture. Please go ahead.
Kevin Haynes, Health Corps. There's smoke coming out of our servers, answering as many questions as possible right now. My question is really from a front door perspective. Where do we go to keep? I mean, I know this is front and center with PCORI for sustainability, but why do I come to PCORI versus coming to IMEDS versus coming to the NIH Collaboratory? And Melissa, when you had the slide up with the multiple coordinating centers, do you envision a day where we actually do sort of have multiple front doors into the systems?
So I personally, and we haven't had like broad discussions, but I think that coordinating centers should be thought of, who are they, who is requesting this access to the data and for what purposes. And so under that model, Sentinel was FDA asking a safety question. And we've talked a little bit about FDA kind of expanding, and we're saying, well, this Guardian program would be FDA asking a non-safety question. So then you would establish governance under those. I think they'll look very similar. I think there are some areas that there will have to be differences, and we kind of touched on this, but really, so what is the appropriate oversight for a non-safety FDA activity? I think some of those will probably still be considered public health activities, but sometimes they might not be, and then we have to think about that. So those are things that we didn't have to deal with in Sentinel. So that's kind of how I think coordinating centers would be. So you could think of, research activities, comparative effect, and maybe that overcomplicates it, or maybe it doesn't. I think those are the types of things we have to tackle with. But I think as much as we can be kind of aligned in how we're asking data partners to do their, access their data for us, is how we can help. I mean, if everybody's doing it in a different format and there's no kind of standardization, I think that this issue of that Elizabeth raised will never be solved, and it will just compound that. So that's where I hope we get. I think it's a long-term goal. I don't think it's a short-term issue.
I think because PCORnet from the beginning aimed to do all manner of research, aimed to create a network where you could do surveillance, you could do safety, you could do CER, observational or randomized, even do etiologic research if you were inclined to fund that kind of research. I think we've seen from the beginning, and this is kind of back to the culture change, that the really large vision is going to mean that ultimately there are multiple front doors to this, and there's less centralization. I mean, PCORI may go away, the word PCORnet may go away. We hope that multiple healthcare delivery system networks across the land using a common data model continue. Right now, within PCORnet, collaborative research groups are developing. You call them centers of excellence. But when the diabetes researchers in PCORnet are really unified and they have a virtual or geographic center, that may be the front door. They may well still rely on a coordinating center, but I think there's one in mental health, there's one in pediatrics, one in heart disease, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. The idea, ultimately, you'd want a group of experts affiliated with PCORnet in every single area, and they'd be the experts on evaluating the utility of a study and guiding along with the, the investigator, the PI, the conduct of the study. So,
Joe, you mentioned that other funders were starting to explore use of the PCORnet infrastructure. Is that kind of what you have in mind? These are groups that can be where the aggregation across an area of clinical interest or a type of data or type of study.
The one that's really a done deal and underway is with the CDC. It's the Division of Diabetes Translation. And 6 PCORnet CDRNs are now part of a network called the Natural Experiments Network, along with 3 other non-PCORnet sites working on natural experiments, actually, variation in approaches to care for patients with type 2 diabetes. And it's spawned the coalescence of the diabetes investigators within PCORnet as kind of a byproduct.
Go ahead.
Sure. Ted Heisey with Cook Medical. And Mark, I thought you framed one of the issues really well in terms of the sort of the line between public health and research and the level of patient awareness to assent to consent. And I guess I'm wondering if anyone on the panel might want to comment on the timing of the revision of the common rule that's currently underway and the possibility of trying to get some of these issues a little more well vetted in the whole national system.
Regulatory research enterprise. Yeah. Kathy, you want to take that?
I can certainly take a first pass effort. I think that the overall goal of the proposed revisions to the common rule have focused around really two aspects of our current framework. One is the need to provide information to patients of what's actually happening in the research enterprise and make this more clearly communicated to patients. And the other is what has, over the last couple of decades, created sort of an administrative burden, if you will, in institutions for the research process, and a serious attempt to make the oversight process more commensurate with the risks of research. And so I think that the proposed revisions to the legislation are a step toward that.
Any other comments on the topic? Kathy, you want to expand on, have you, in terms of the feedback on the regulation, proposed regulation accomplishing those goals, any major themes that you're seeing? Or?
Well, I think this is, so the public comment for the proposed changes ended in December, and they're currently, I think currently there's quite a bit of work going on, and I anticipate we'll hear something later in the calendar year. But it was, I think there was quite a stream of comments coming in about the proposed legislation.
Great. Well, I'd like to thank all of our panelists for a great discussion. Thank you all very much. Certainly a lot going on and a lot of interesting things coming in the future. All right. We're going to reset up here for just a couple of minutes, so this is a good time to stretch, but not run off. So we're restarting in like 2 minutes.
So we're going to be at the
Pardon.
we're not in order, speaking order. So random order. So we're trying not to be
Okay.
Right at 2:30. We still actually have a couple minutes. Yeah. Some great discussion so far. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with the final session. If I could ask everybody to find your seats. What? Okay, welcome back, everybody. Over the day, we had the opportunity to hear about the Sentinel system and what is accomplished over the last year, the steps that FDA and the Coordinating Center and data partners are taking to improve its use moving forward. We also heard about real projects and real collaborations that are beginning to operate now about using the data for more broad evidence generation. And I hate to say, but I think this last panel is probably one of the most important sessions. And the reason why is that this is the opportunity for broad stakeholders to reflect on everything that you've heard about Sentinel, everything that you've heard about its vision going forward, and the potential for using its data and resources for broader evidence generation. So for this session, we have an opportunity to hear from key stakeholders that we've invited to be on the session, but we also want to hear from all of you in the audience. So as you hear the initial reflection from our panels, start thinking about your own questions that you've had throughout the day, and this is your opportunity to provide FDA, the Sentinel Coordinating Center, and others your input into how this system is evolving. So with us on this panel are representatives from the patient community, the consumer community, providers, federal and private payers, industry, and the rest of the stakeholder group. So we're going to start off in sort of reverse order here. Stephen Makita is the Sentinel Planning Board member, Sentinel Engagement Partners Work Group lead, and a patient representative for the Duke Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative. He'll be kicking us off with a presentation. Following Steve will be Kathleen Blake. Kathy is a vice president for performance improvement at the American Medical Association. Doris Peter is director of the Health Rating Center at Consumer Reports. Fran Cunningham is associate chief consultant, PBM, and director for the Center for Medication Safety at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Paul Wallace is chief medical officer and senior vice president of clinical translation at Optum Labs, one of the data partners within Sentinel. And Patrizia Cavazzoni is senior vice president for worldwide safety at Pfizer. So with that, I'd like to hand things off to Stephen to kick us off.
Thanks, Greg. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be with you. Sentinel is increasingly recognized as a vital resource to support the needs of variable stakeholders, public health agencies, health systems, regulated industry, and the clinical research enterprise. However, data partner members and the general public are also key stakeholders, but they are largely unaware of three vitally important things: Sentinel's existence, Sentinel's health and safety mission, and the commitment of all of those across Sentinel to protect patient privacy. Because of this lack of awareness, a work group was formed to tell Sentinel's story better and more broadly. Next slide, please. The Engagement Partner Work Group is tasked with two overarching goals. First, create a plan of action to heighten awareness about Sentinel by telling the story of Sentinel and including within that narrative examples of its successes and its present and future value added. Second, to communicate that story effectively, our work group will develop a variety of customized messages and tools so that the story reaches a variety of target constituencies. Next slide, please. Thanks. This slide is what I refer to as my dream team of engagement partners. As you can see, Reflective in our work group are leaders from the FDA, data partners, confidentiality and privacy experts, and affinity patient advocacy disease groups. It's a privilege for me to lead this work group and especially to work closely with Rich Platt. Next slide, please. As part of our work to develop the message and tools, we first have to identify what is the story of Sentinel that will reach the public, the patients, and each of the engagement partners. In developing those messages, the work group has identified the following 6 considerations. What do patients and the public want to know? What matters to them? Patients and the public have been shown to be enthusiastic about sharing their health data so long as they see their contribution actually makes a difference in their lives and other patients' lives, and their privacy is not compromised. It is important, as part of Sentinel's story, to recognize and then publicize the fact that Sentinel is an important tool in FDA's toolbox to keep patients safe and to provide effective treatments. But it is certainly not the only tool utilized by FDA to ensure safety and effectiveness. As part of that story, we want to make sure that we highlight why Sentinel is so successful and what are the benefits that it has already produced and what are the potential future benefits. And finally, in telling that story, we don't want to encumber the story of Sentinel by referencing data and analyses that might be of interest to certain engagement partners, but are really overly complicated and distracting from the primary narrative, which is Sentinel. Next slide, please. To guide the development of Sentinel's story, we agreed on the following 7 foundational principles. Remove the element of surprise. No one likes to be caught by surprise. It causes an array of emotions and reactions. We want to avoid surprising individuals, that their health data are being captured and analyzed, and remind them that this is being done in a way which does not identify them as individuals. By telling Sentinel's story, we want that story to engender trust among the audience who's been uninformed about its benefits and values. We want to be open about what Sentinel is, how Sentinel works, and why it is important to the health and safety of Americans. To be an effective story, and in order to build trust, we must show that Sentinel is relevant and meaningful. But the story, first and foremost, has to be effectively communicated and understood. We can't get bogged down in using unfamiliar, complicated, and sophisticated terms that the public neither understands nor cares to understand. Next slide, please. Thanks. I believe this chart accurately portrays both the collaboration and the interdependence of our work group and its charter. All of us around the table are relying on each other to connect, harness, and convey the unique roles played by each partner to create an effective, relevant, understandable story about Sentinel. Next slide, please. Now, this is one of the most important slides in this entire set. It accurately describes our composition, our mission, and our strengths. Ideally, all of us are engagement partners and play important roles as part of this team effort to heighten awareness by creating a collaborative and coordinated communication strategy. Second, we recognize that not one size fits all. To tell this story effectively, we understand that there are different audiences possessing different interests and needs regarding Sentinel, and therefore the messages that we must develop must be targeted and tailored to those different audiences. Third, we also recognize that to effectively engage and communicate Sentinel's story will require the understanding the engagement partner's needs and to leverage the unique roles and strengths of each partner around the table. It's important to note that although the engagement partners will help in crafting, advising, and tailoring the story of Sentinel for their respective constituencies, the ultimate story here is Sentinel's story, and thus the ultimate most critical storyteller is Sentinel. Undoubtedly, the engagement partners may help in disseminating that story, but this truly is Sentinel's story to tell. Next slide, please. Now, before describing the unique roles, communication channels, and limitations we've identified of the engagement partners comprising our work group, again, I want you to remember that graphic that we showed 2 slides ago. Please keep that in mind as we review the contributions and limitations of each member of our team. With respect to the FDA, its unique role in Sentinel is to set and promulgate the agenda for the types of studies that will be pursued. Another unique strength is FDA's national reach. It is broad, wide, and strong. In considering FDA's communication channels available to tell that story, we identified the following: FDA's official announcements, its public website, the Sentinel Initiative website, MedWatch, and referencing Sentinel in medical journals and publicized reports. And of course, each engagement partner understands its limits to telling that story. FDA channels are not frequently accessed by the average patient, and therefore FDA's message has limited scope. Next slide, please. In turning to the second engagement partner at the table, let's consider the unique role, communication channels, and limitations of the data partners. The data partners play a critically unique role of being Sentinel's data resource. The data partners communicate with their members through a variety of media. We've named 4 here. And yet, the data partners do recognize 2 obvious limitations. Their top priorities when communicating with members are to help members navigate the often confusing terrain of healthcare and healthcare expenses. The other priority is arming members with information on healthy living and condition management. They have many communication priorities, and the population that doesn't particularly desire to engage. So, Sentinel is a different kind of message, and this story is going to compete with other communication priorities of the data partners. Next slide, please. It is undeniable what a unique and trusted role and resource that providers and provider groups play and can play in messaging Sentinel. They are a recognized, trusted source, and patients, for the most part, rely on them to convey information about the safety and effectiveness of therapies. The communication channels naturally are the face-to-face interactions that really stand at the centerpiece of the physician-patient relationship. But in this increasingly media-savvy and driven world, some provider groups interact through other media. Of course, the limitations of relying on providers to tell the story of Sentinel disrupts the context and nature of that relationship. Time is of paramount importance, and relying on clinicians to help message Sentinel may inhibit this treasured relationship by requiring a new conversation about what happens if something goes wrong. Patients rely on clinicians to reassure them that the intervention will work. Likewise, providers need to believe that the drugs and devices they prescribe are safe. Next slide, please. The final engagement partner, affinity groups, meaning patient advocacy, disease, and age groups. Equally important in their knowledge of audience and capacity to tell the story. Affinity groups feature in-depth experience about certain diseases, conditions, and age groups. Their members trust them, and they have a real strength in being able to mobilize their respective and attentive audiences. They are media savvy and visible to their members. However, in telling Sentinel's story, affinity groups' audiences may not deem such a broader scope message with the same importance as those traditionally associated with these groups. Therefore, the issues of generalizability and representativeness are in play. Next slide, please. In summary, our work group will further elaborate over the next year its plan of action and then devise a coordinated communication strategy which embeds messages, tools, and dissemination best practices. In this second phase, we will also contextualize the story and media to produce a coordinated, understandable message about the inestimable value of Sentinel to a healthier and safer future. Next slide, please. Special thanks to both Susan Farrow and Sophia Axman at Harvard Pilgrim, who provided rich, and particularly me, with their tireless efforts and insights. I could not lead this project without them. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Steve. We'll now turn to Kathy.
So I'd also like to thank Steve and his comments, as with many of the things that have been said throughout the day. I think it's true for all of us. It just stimulates more thoughts about how we can drive participation. And I would first say congratulations to all of those who've been involved in bringing Sentinel to this point, and that it's particularly wonderful to see that name Mini, that first part of the name taken away from it, and maybe you should say mighty instead of mini. The second part is, I think we all read a lot about the challenges of using big data. Certainly, we're very focused on that at the AMA in terms of What is the big data that's needed to improve healthcare and fulfill our public health mission? And it is something where I think that the future is here now. And I think that Sentinel has helped lay out that path. And that although you have laid out the path and you've set a very high bar in terms of the gathering of partners, the 190-some million patients, you've laid out the path for other initiatives. And I think we heard that with Joe Selby's comments with respect to PCORNet and patient-powered research networks. I'm also particularly focused in my work on the National Medical Device Evaluation System. And I'll be honest, we are going to steal shamelessly and often from all of the lessons that you have learned with Sentinel. It is something where you've forged the path. So let's talk a bit about clinicians and what is it that clinicians want. And maybe as I was jotting my notes, I thought about food because it was after lunch. So we are inundated with information, and if information were food, then we would all be popping out at the seams and we would be morbidly obese. And so what's needed is, instead of this massive amount of information that inundates us, we actually need well-curated a menu, a selection of information that groups like this one have decided is information that we should be paying attention to. So well-curated information is, if I were to think of this as jobs, this is your job. And it's really all of our jobs, but I'm going to assign it there. And then what we want, clinicians want, and I'm using that word in its broadest sense, is that we actually want you to identify, as you clearly have in areas such as anticoagulation management, hepatitis C management, we want you to tell us what are the gaps. Because once we know about those gaps and that word is out there, then our job really begins, which is how do we close the gaps? And so in my area, which is performance measurement and improvement, the way that we do that is we look, is the problem important? I think no argument about Hep C, no argument about AFib. Very important, need to solve it. Secondly, we then look at, are there ways to solve that problem, to close that gap? And if there are ways, then we develop performance measures that allow us as clinicians to track our performance, report on our performance, and be able to compare how much progress we are making or not making in terms of closing the gaps. So that will be our job. And then we will want, for programs like Sentinel, to look at the population level and say, as a nation, are we closing that gap, as has been done in so many different areas already. In terms of other opportunities, I would say that as we look at new payment models, those involve certainly much more focus on use of electronic health records, performance measurement, and quality improvement. We are going to be hungry for opportunities to improve quality. And so what you learn with Sentinel will help us do that. If I were to say what are some of the asks that I would make of this very, very productive enterprise, one of them would be, please keep pushing to make electronic health record data usable. That there's a lot in the press about physicians' unhappiness with electronic health records, no question, but I'd remind you that there is good data, we've collected it with the RAND Corporation, showing physicians will not go back. They want their EHRs to stay as part of their practices, but they want their EHRs to be more usable. The other ask that I would have is that you not neglect, and I don't think that you will, but it merits emphasis, don't neglect registries. That several of the slides today talked about registries, but from the physician perspective, increasingly we will be measuring the quality of our care and the ability we have to close those gaps through qualified clinical data registries. And there are now over 43 of them. They are generally managed by specialty societies that then report the data to CMS, but absolutely critical that we have registry data models, and opportunities. And then just lastly, in terms of the last panel, and as I wrap up, I know that there are a lot of issues with respect to resources, but I would say that the comments that were made about there being value for everybody are very important. And I would just pose as a challenge for this group is to say, are we at the point, going back to the meal analogy, of can Sentinel, now that it has fed, so to speak, fish to the people, are you at the point where you are ready to teach a much broader group how to fish? And if the broader group is able to fish, then some of the resources and the challenges and the demands, instead of always being brought to FDA or always being brought to Harvard or always being focused on one or two entities, become much more distributed. And so I would ask you, as you go forward with your work, think about when you are ready and get ready to teach us how to fish. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll turn it to Doris.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for inviting me today. I'm Doris Peter, Director of the Consumer Reports Health Rating Center, and we have a long-running project at Consumer Reports related to the safety, cost, and effectiveness of drugs called Best Buy Drugs, and that's one of the reasons why we have a big interest in learning more about Sentinel and seeing how safety data from that initiative can help us in communicating with consumers. So the Sentinel program is very ambitious, and I really congratulate everybody working on it, especially the researchers and the analysts who are actually having to deal with the day-to-day work on the claims data and the EHR data, which is incredibly difficult. And thanks for all that hard work. I think one thing I want to point out is, though, I kind of feel like the original use case of finding safety signals, adverse event signals, has sort of been glossed over, and that use case hasn't been delivered on yet. So that's what we want FDA to make sure not to lose sight of that. There's all these great ideas about what else Sentinel can do, but let's have Sentinel do what it was meant to do to begin with, was to find those safety signals, in the data as we go forward. And I understand the methodologic issues, and it seems like that's being moved forward, but I think it's important to address that. The point I brought up about data, we're really concerned about the actual integrity of the underlying data. So you can have really great methods, but if the data underlying it are inaccurate or not valid, you will never get the right answers. And so both the combination of claims data, which we work with also and is incredibly problematic, and EHR data being even more problematic, I think overselling that can be a real problem. And so I think being more transparent with the community, including at these meetings, to even have a session on challenges and show us what sort of validity studies are being done, where are the challenges, where have you run against roadblocks, and how will we solve those? Because it's great to be positive and excited about all these opportunities, which I am too, but if we don't all know what the problems are and how they can be overcome, then it seems like it's being glossed over. So I would encourage that. Also, let me see. I wanted to say not to oversell Sentinel to the public. It's good to tell the Sentinel story, but I think to be straightforward about what it can and can't do at the moment is important. We also don't want to replace manufacturer post-marketing trials with Sentinel. We're really concerned about that, given the limits again of the data and the methods. I think it's over-reliance on Sentinel to do that. There may also be a desire to try to replace some clinical trials, the pre-marketing studies, with Sentinel data, which is also a real danger. It amounts to basically treating patients and consumers like guinea pigs, proving drugs with very limited studies, and then looking later to see if there are any adverse events, and that's really dangerous. So I think it's a good balance between getting what we can out of big data, but realizing where we can't replace clinical trials. From the governance point of view, we wonder actually what role the public can play in asking questions of the Sentinel database. So can we actually ask a question, and will FDA consider that in their decision making about what the priorities are? And then we also encourage FDA to reach out to organizations like ours in terms of communicating what Sentinel has been doing and what it can do, because I think we can be good translators of that for consumers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doris. Fran Cunningham? Hi.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to speak today both from a VA healthcare system standpoint as well as from a safety center point of view. Really the latter, because we've been involved with FDA as federal partners since Sentinel Initiative's inception. And I can say, and I can only reiterate and commend the amount of work that Sentinel has done. And just to see its growth and what's happened in the past 8 years is, from my standpoint, phenomenal. And it's just a pleasure to see more and more done every year. And today, just seeing some of the future uses or future things that are going to come out of it. So I'm getting probably a bit more excited than what I should be. So I'm going to speak today, and I'm going to cover 3 points. Sentinel as it's currently used, Sentinel's future use, and then lastly, and unfortunately, some degree of limitations. So with its current use, what would a system like VA, what does VA get out of looking at Sentinel today? And VA, as you know, is a healthcare system, but also has a very, very strong research component, both from a clinical trial standpoint as well as observational. And over the past 8 to 10 years, very much so from a surveillance standpoint, medications, and over the past couple of years, a bit more with vaccines. And when we conduct our surveillance, we're conducting it primarily for knowledge and use for our veteran population. And our veteran population tends to be complex chronic care. So we're a tiny piece of the pie, but drugs behave slightly differently in that patient population. So we need to look at things maybe slightly differently than other groups, and even in certain instances, even FDA. And so typically when we conduct our surveillances, we're conducting it in real time to make imminent decisions. And with those imminent decisions come actions from guidance and use, from criteria or guidances that are developed at a national level for policy. Increased utilization. Before we had our surveillance system, some of the drugs that came onto the market weren't used for a long period of time in our system because they weren't known to be safe. So we've been able to increase utilization of drugs at a much more rapid point of view, much more rapidly. And then in certain instances, decrease utilization when we've seen that it's not necessarily safe in our patient population because of complex chronic care. So what do we get out of Sentinel now? Well, we can compare some of the things that we're doing. When Sentinel, and they're doing things pretty quickly, which is really good, we can look to see what the results are in our data set that Sentinel has. And a lot of times we're like, great, we did it right, this is a good thing. And in some instances it may be slightly different, and we're like, okay, what's the difference and why? And then secondly, because of our patient population and because certain drugs may not be utilized as rapidly as I'd like to see them utilized for reasons I can't even discuss right now, we need to see information for drugs that we know are used in our system, but we just don't have enough of the information to even track it ourselves. And so we've been able to look at some of the results that Sentinel has published or put up as part of their summary of projects they've completed. And it's really helped us go back and say, look at what they've done. This drug can potentially be used in our system. They're coming to us from a medication safety center. We're usually the people that are responsible for going back to our group as a VA healthcare system and saying what is safe and not safe to use. So that's Sentinel's use as it's currently, and I don't think I'm just very happy with how it's currently being used. So what about future uses? From a healthcare system, an area that I've heard today that I think can definitely help with healthcare is the guidance program. VA is an evidence-based system, so a lot of the decisions, quote unquote, needs to have evidence there. And with certain drugs, the evidence is not there, especially when we want to look at head-to-head, when we're looking at effectiveness. So anything that can be done more, it looks like this guidance program will have that done. I'm excited to see that, more effectiveness studies, and I do understand the limitations of those. By all means, I understand the limitations, but it will be interesting to see Sentinel do more of that. I know that VA, we have a point of care clinical trial where we specifically, it was a couple of us in our group that specifically asked for 2 old drugs to be compared. And a lot of times it's older agents that need to be compared. So I think as a system, sometimes it's not always important to do the new best thing. and it's important to do some older things that have uses that are still very good that need to be assessed. And I think as Sentinel moves forward, you need to think about that. It may be some of the older drugs that need to be looked at. Another area that I know and was listening to today was the signal detection, and I'm just extremely happy if that comes to fruition, okay? And I definitely understand from a regulatory standpoint and signal detection, but let me tell you about an area from a healthcare system standpoint. We're a national healthcare system, hate to use the word, but that's what we are. And I'm running out of time, so I'm gonna go quickly. But often we are mandated to have transitions of drugs. We have an entire therapeutic interchange, and when that happens, we need to monitor quickly what potential adverse events may occur with this mandate. And so I think signal detection when therapeutic interchanges are made are going to be very important. So I'd like to, think about that signal detection being used for Sentinel, if that's not already a thought, to maybe think about that. So lastly, I'm going to talk about limitations. And a lot of the limitations have already been discussed, so I won't mention that. But there is one that I will reiterate, and that is validation of outcomes. And what we've noticed with our data is we don't have to validate everything, but with certain things we do. And we're very happy when things come out the right way. But what happens when it doesn't? And how do you address those particular issues? And I think that's something that Sentinel will have to think about as they begin to do more and more projects, consider using more real-time validation in the future. So lastly, as this program is excellent, continues to grow, and I see future use for Sentinel, especially from our standpoint, one of the things I think we have to remember is that Sentinel, as it exists and as it will be, it's going to be excellent, I know, but it won't be a panacea. And so we're going to have to remember that everything that shows bright promise also has some risk.
Great, thanks, Fran. Next is Paul.
Well, I always wanted to first thank for the invitation to be here. I've been a fan of Sentinel from my Kaiser days. I hung out in Kaiser for about 25 years, and I think when I first met Sentinel, it could have been micro Sentinel. It's been amazing to watch it grow. But I think what I particularly admire about it, my roles have always been thinking about how you stand up infrastructure for creating knowledge and getting it into practice. And I think that the work that's been done here is really quite remarkable. And the technology is cool, but the social engineering is really outstanding. And I think that the ability to actually create collaboration, the approaches to governance, and also the move into thinking about sustainability are really sort of setting the curve. So I think folks here are really to be recognized. As an old quality improvement guy, I've always been kind of envious of the safety folks too, because they've always had a really compelling message and a really compelling value story, and I think that you've leveraged that really well. I think also that the challenge now as we think about how does this have broader applicability is really an interesting challenge, and it's one that I think is shared by many different groups. So I wanted to tell you about our experience in another infrastructure provider, Optum. I think folks probably immediately equate Optum with United. Optum is part of United Health Group. It's a totally separate set of companies, though, from United Healthcare. United Healthcare, the benefits and insurance companies that take care of about 1 out of 6 Americans. Optum is a set of services, companies, and technologies. Think of it as being an infrastructure provider that has business relationships with, frankly, every aspect of American healthcare. Every hospital in America, every health plan in America has an Optum relationship. So it's a relatively broad-reaching group, and we do participate in Sentinel as a vehicle for providing United Healthcare data to be part of that. Another, though, group that I wanted to talk about is the group that I work most closely with now, which is a new group called Optum Labs, which has been around for about 3 years. Optum has about 80,000 employees, 40 of whom work in Optum Labs. And our mission is really to set up a research and innovation shop to think about how we can make available in a broad way a variety of Optum assets, mainly around data, but also creating partnerships. And the genesis of this really actually, to Kathy's point earlier, came from Mayo, saying about 3 or 4 years ago, what are we going to have to do to really industrialize the ability to use data for asking critical questions and running our enterprise, and who are our partners for that? But they also recognized early on that there were going to be some critical requirements. One was going to be a boatload of data. The second was going to be multiple partners that came from across the healthcare enterprise. And the third was going to be really being purposeful about design To see publication as good, but seeing translation as inescapable, and designing with that in mind. So that's really been the genesis. And now we have, I'll tell you about the data in a second, we have about 25 partners. Perhaps most notable is HHS. We now have a vehicle for any HHS investigator to actually use the data resource for asking critical questions. And there is a gating process within HHS. But the data resource reflects claims data on about 140 million people going back over 20 years, largely United and United acquisitions, but importantly also includes EHR data that comes through our subsidiary Humedica that now represents about 45 million lives, and there are now 80 million lives under contract that will be in the database by the end of the year. What Humedica does, in short, is to work across EHR platforms to be agnostic of EHR platform, pull data out of EHRs from structured and unstructured fields and put it into a common database. So there is actually a common data model for looking across 85 million lives in EHRs. There's also a great deal of learning about the utility and disutility of using that volume of EHR, a lot of which has been alluded to today. And we make this data available to investigators in a secure enclave in a de-identified form, but we can also link at the individual level because the data that we receive from our data donors is systematically de-identified in the same way, and we can link across de-identified identifiers. So it's not statistically linked, it's directly linked. And we also have brought in about 40 million lives of consumer data. So you can imagine this is a relatively robust resource for being able to look at a whole range of problem formulations. There have been about 130 projects that have been executed within the data. About 30 of them have been published. 70 of them are actively under investigation now and probably have increased the efficiency of that inquiry across a broad number of problem formulations. The two things that I really wanted to highlight, though, that I think we've encountered that I think are going to, that I've also heard here and that we're going to have to think collectively about how we address. The first is combining data sets. It's sort of like, in many ways, I think the claims data is almost like unidimensional. I mean, we've had 40 years of torturing claims to figure out how to get information out of it. And when you start thinking about EHR data, it is so multidimensional, it is so messy, and it's so rich that we really have to take a step back and decide whether the things that have worked with claims data are really going to get us there. Do we really need to think about this a little bit differently? And is it really going to be able to be reduced to a common data model, or are we going to have to be more flexible? So I think thinking about the messiness, but also the opportunity of being actually more thoughtful about it, I think it's Rumsfeldian in a sense. We have to just recognize that the known knowns are minuscule, the known unknowns are growing daily as we try and use it, and we're going to spend the next decade peeling through the unknown unknowns around how to use clinical data. The same is going to apply to registries. So I think it's going to have to be a parallel processing exercise involving many parties is sort of my bias. And I would have you think about what we're doing in the labs, because we're also working off of a combined data model instead of a distributed data model using de-identified data, that there's complementarity where we can share learnings and think about what are the environments where perhaps distribution isn't optimal for being able to do some of the things that we'd like to do. The last comment I wanted to make is actually along that line. As we think about from the patient perspective or the clinician perspective, as we want to move from efficacy to effectiveness, just being able to expand the denominator to everybody isn't going to be enough. We really have to shrink the denominator to an N of 1 so that the advice that we're providing is what does it mean for me as an individual. So if I'm taking NOACs and I'm over 75, not everybody bleeds, but more people bleed. Which people over 75? And how are we going to know that? And is that going to be data we can get out of trials? Or are there opportunities using approaches like data science and using clustering and using a variety of different approaches that are hypothesis generating but can be linked then to clinician review to think about, can we actually create personalization? Simplistically, what we think about is using, if we're an N of 1, we want to know what is it that makes us unique? What's the data picture that reflects our uniqueness? And then how many N's of 1, just like the one in front of us, can we find as an analytic subset to find out what would work best for that group of patients? And decision support begins to look like, when a doc like me sees a patient like you in a community like ours, this is probably what would work best. So that's really aspirational. I think it's going to take us a few years to get there. I think the data is actually the pathway to get there, but it's going to take all of the things that I think you have demonstrated so well around. On one hand, the technical aspects, but I actually think the rate limiting steps are going to be more of the social engineering.
Thank you, Paul. And last but not least, Patrizia.
sharing microphone. I have the unenviable position of being the last speaker of the day. Standing between you and probably all sorts of modes of transportation or more fun things. So I will try to be as concise as possible. First, let me thank Mark and the organizers for inviting me to be here today. I feel additional pressure since I'm the only industry speaker today. I've also had an opportunity to follow through my work in industry, which has been largely in safety, the remarkable evolution of Sentinel, and more recently also the remarkable evolution of IMEDS, as I have had the pleasure and the privilege of being one of the 2 industry representatives in on the IMEDS steering committee from its very onset. So, today's proceedings, first and foremost, have a celebratory quality, and I really share in that because we have come such a long way since 2008 and since the inception of IMEDS. They really have highlighted the growing importance of real-world data, and we heard it from all speakers, as an essential element of a safety surveillance system, no matter which stakeholder conducts safety surveillance. And in particular, as we heard earlier today, the expanded use of real-world data will facilitate the evaluation of important questions about safety of marketed drugs with greater speed and efficiency. And that's very important to patient, prescribers, and society. So why do Pfizer and other companies advocate that the Sentinel network should be made accessible to industry? The fundamental reason, in fact, the only reason, is that pharmaceutical companies have the legal, ethical, and societal obligation to conduct surveillance in a continuous fashion for their marketed products and also for their products in development. And so we see Sentinel as a very important additional tool to expand the arsenal, the multimodal arsenal that we have to conduct post-marketing surveillance. While FDA and regulatory agencies conduct post-marketing surveillance, industry and pharmaceutical companies do too, and we do that continuously. We do it by evaluating all sorts of data. And this includes, obviously, signal refinement, protocol-based evaluations, as well as the promise of utilizing Sentinel for signal detection. And I really share Fran's comments from earlier on. Another area of particular interest is the utilization of Sentinel to evaluate the impact of risk minimization measures on prescriber behavior. And you heard earlier on from Troy that one of the pilots in IMED's evaluation actually addressed that particular question and area. As we add more tools to the safety surveillance toolbox, however, we also need to be prepared to evaluate the effectiveness of this increasing array of surveillance modalities. Up until now, both regulatory agencies and industry have taken an additive approach to surveillance. As new tools become available, we add them to the toolbox. As we evolve towards a national real-world data infrastructure, the time may come where it may be necessary to evaluate which modalities for surveillance and which data sources might need to be at the core of the arsenal, and which might need to be superseded by approaches that are more novel, more precise, and more informative. And certainly as we utilize more and more EHR and claim data, that time may well be approaching. As I said earlier, looking back to 2008, the progress has been really remarkable. And certainly I am personally very excited, and many in industry are excited about the roadmap that has been established for Sentinel and more recently for IMEDS. We also heard today about the important role of public-private partnership, and in particular, Reagan-Udall and IMEDS as a nexus where FDA, data partners, and industry come together to explore ways to expand the utilization of Sentinel for surveillance of post-market products. In an earlier panel, Troy McCall described the IMEDS evaluation pilot that Pfizer had the privilege to sponsor. And before I get further into this aspect, I really want to emphasize the collaborative nature and the partnership that was at the core of being able to conduct this panel, and to thank our partners, the data partners, Harvard Pilgrim, IMEDS, and everybody who participated in this pilot, because it really takes not a village, it takes a city, and it takes a lot of collaboration. The FDA, however, is key in setting the overall direction that all the partners and stakeholders will need to take within public-private partnership, because we all have the same goal. We may tackle it from different directions, but the goal is fundamentally the same. We want to find safety signals as quickly as possible. We want to evaluate them as quickly as possible with as much precision as possible. From our standpoint, the evaluation pilot met all its goals. As you heard, we ran 2 queries, relatively simple queries. I will not go into detail because I'm getting the time up sign. You heard from Troy, and I cannot do better than Troy in sort of describing what we actually did in the pilot. However, a major achievement was the development of policies and procedures to define roles, responsibility, and rules of engagement. This is really a fundamental aspect of this pilot, and probably the more important. An important aspect of this was the fact that we established a framework and a time frame for communication of results, predicated on fully transparent processes, timelines, and outputs. As with all pilots, we also found opportunities for refinement and for future work. And that includes ways to facilitate all of the data partners' participation. We also generate questions about the utility of public health designation for the safety surveillance work done through IMEDS. We heard about it earlier as well. The importance of gaining access to a continuum of analytic modalities within the Sentinel network. This emphasizes the importance of both the evaluation and the methods work that is taking place in the network and within IMEDS. The speed of triage of the request for queries. And I want to sort of linger on this point for the last 30 seconds, I promise. As we anticipate that more companies will be interested in running pilots and looking ahead to an eventual full production phase through the work that IMEDS is doing, we'll really need to make sure that IMEDS, the coordinating center, and data partners are able to and are enabled to ramp up their capabilities so that they can provide a scalable model. So let me summarize that overall, the IMEDS evaluation pilot was a great success, and we're really grateful as a company to have had the opportunity to be part of this tremendous collaborative network. And really, we have been able to demonstrate that a non-FDA stakeholder can work collaboratively with the relevant partners to direct queries into the Sentinel network. And we also validated the readiness of some processes while bringing to light some opportunities for more testing and refinement. So thank you for your attention, and thank you to my co-panelists.
Well, thank you, Patrizia, and thank you to all of our panelists. If I sort of think back, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, but I do want to invite the audience to the speakers or the microphones as well. I would like to start off with going back to, I can't think of any better presentation to kick off this full panel as the one that Steve gave. And the two sort of phrases that stick with me that he said were the story of Sentinel and no surprises. And I think back to all of the stuff that we heard this morning, the litany of activities that are happening under Sentinel. Rich put up several slides of example actual safety queries that FDA is running on the system. Kevin is complaining about his smokestacks at Health Corps that are in full speed ahead. That as a data partner, they're really working hard and doing a lot of activities. And then, Sentinel's been going on for 8 years, so that's 8 years worth of developing tools, methods, validating the tools and methods, asking the questions. What can claims data be useful for? What questions can't claims data be useful for? Which sort of stimulated the need to go and get more clinically enriched data. So lots of activities that are happening. And then Paul, brought up an interesting concept of 40 years of experience with claims. And it'd be interesting to know what the number is if you add up all of the years of experience with claims that each of the data partners have, and what is that aggregate data partner years of experience that they actually brought to the system. So then what is the story of Sentinel? That's a great question, and it seems like Steve's approach with the work group is a very thoughtful, methodologic approach to really understanding what is the message that really matters to patients and how to communicate that, because no surprises is important. Nobody wants to be surprised at what my data were used for, tell me again. So being able to communicate to patients and consumers and providers about what Sentinel is all about is a tough question to ask. And I applaud the work group for taking that on. And I'm happy to have all of the panelists on this to sort of react to this. But, we hear, data partners, I think of my own health insurance company, you get lots of things in the mail. I don't open them all. And so if one of them happened to be something about Sentinel, I assure you I wouldn't have read it. The communication between providers and their patients is such a time. There's so little time, so much to communicate. It's a correct limitation to say that then asking providers to also talk about Sentinel is a challenge too. So the question is, what is the right way to communicate this? And I didn't hear I didn't hear the answer from Steve, but I suspect that the work group is approaching coming up with reasonable approaches. So maybe I'll turn it to Steve. Anything that's coming up to at least seem to be promising approaches to not communicate specific results, but communicate the program to minimize surprises to patients. What seem to be the most promising tools, if you will, and then maybe I'll ask some of our other panelists from their perspective what they think might be things to consider.
Well, thanks, Greg. Yeah, it's a tall order. It's a heavy lift. I think that we've got the right people at the table. We're going to do it very deliberately and thoughtfully, and we do spend a lot of times on our calls asking tough questions that don't always have easy answers. I think that we're early on in the project. I think that we will start devising certain messages for the people around the table to consider and to have them reinterpret that for us. I think that, again, the point needs to be made that, they are informing us as to what they believe are the important messages to convey to their constituencies, and they've also been candid as to what their limitations and barriers are and some competing priorities. So I think that right now, what our task is to identify what the key messages are of Sentinel, draw feedback from all of those around the table, and then be sensitive to the fact that not one size fits all, and that we must be very, very deliberate and thoughtful in how we present this. Because, from a patient's perspective, this is such an important endeavor, and it has such astounding possibilities. So we do understand that it's complex, Greg, But we also understand that the bottom line is people are going to get safer, more effective treatments. And there's a lot of buy-in behind that general theme. So we're really looking forward to it, and we'll report back. I hope that's somewhat responsive, but if
Yes.
I'm an attorney, if you want to object, you can register your objections.
Thank you, Steve. So, Kathy?
So I might just add to that my suggestions would be have a few good stories, short, sweet examples that show in specific instances where it has made a difference. Because then that could also be accompanied by information or basically the blurb that is available to be able to give to patients as they come into your practice. To be able to say, did you know about Sentinel? And here's what it is. And if you want more information, here's where you can go. And I would see that as being a generalizable approach that could be applied, for example, to post-market surveillance or actually evaluation of medical devices. AMA did a study at the time of Hurricane Katrina, and I was thinking of it as Steve commented about the differences amongst our country and its citizens, their views about data sharing. And what we found was that at the time of Hurricane Katrina and shortly afterwards, that the younger adults, they were fine. All their data was out there anyway, and so if their medical information was available, so be it. They figured somebody knew it anyway. And then people over the age of 65 were similarly, as a group, not every individual said, yeah, I'm on 10 medications. I would want that information to be available. But it was the middle that was very doubtful, very skeptical. And so I would say even across the generations that the messages will need to be tailored.
Great. Paul?
I was just going to add, I mean, I think the report was wonderful, and I think it really acknowledged all the challenges. The one thing I wanted to amplify that I think you did mention was, and I think it's one of the key learnings that the safety movement has taught us, is that no matter how diligent you are, occasionally stuff happens and you need to take responsibility for it. But you need to take responsibility in a clear, explicit, and accountable way. And that you ultimately build trust through that ability to not only prospectively plan, be as close as you can, but also recognize that this involves people and things happen. And so I think that messaging will have the same challenges as will some of the analyses that are done, frankly. So I think that it is complex. It is going to be a learning curve. We will get it right almost all the time. Nobody's perfect, and you got to have a strategy for what you do when things don't go well.
Great, thanks. Diana?
Yeah, thanks. I'm Diana Zuckerman from the National Center for Health Research. I want to thank all of you for your perspectives. This has been very helpful. I just want to say our center supported and lobbied for Sentinel and has continued to do so, and we've worked with a lot of other nonprofits that have done so as well. So a lot of these groups and public health researchers have asked me what has the impact been so far, and that's the issue that you're talking about now. And I've always been embarrassed, having been to every one of these meetings, not to be able to answer that question. So I do think a lot of people out there want the specifics. Has Sentinel so far affected labels for any drugs? Has it affected anything pertaining to the practice of medicine with the drugs that are being studied? We don't know that. So I agree we would like a couple of simple stories, but I think we want access to that information in a bigger way. And if there hasn't been much impact yet because of all the complications that we've heard, that's fine. I think we just need to know it.
Great, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Javid Furzan, my company is Eternal Resources. I've worked in the biopharmaceutical industry for many years, and did a lot of work with Pfizer in the past, including negotiating a pharmacovigilance agreement in addition to selling assets and partnering with Pfizer on certain programs. So my question is probably directed best at first to Dr. Cavazzoni in terms of if you think about the ongoing increasing activity in M&A and partnering with biotech companies and other companies for large companies such as Pfizer and other companies, and the need for tools, as you referenced, in terms of better tools or tools that are a better prioritization of what works and doesn't work, and all the various initiatives the FDA has, the UFAs, the REMS initiatives. You've got your high-value portfolio drugs, you've got your generics, you've got your biosimilars, and you've got a whole hodgepodge of things that you're looking at both in-house as well as competitively and through your partners. What do you see as the real gaps out there? Because I've heard a lot about different initiatives and heard a lot about some needs with respect to prioritization of tools, but what do you see as the gaps, whether they're professional focus with respect to your dealings with other companies, or your dealings as a manufacturer with providers and payers, or the consumer? Because the consumer is key here, and there's a lot of information obviously not being captured from consumers. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a big question, and thank you for asking it. And I would probably, preamble by saying that I would prefer to talk about interfaces that need to be either built or strengthened rather than gaps. And what we have seen today is that the network is getting bigger and bigger, and we have more and more stakeholders at the table in all areas, within industry, in private as well as public agencies. So if we think about it then, the creation of a national network and a national infrastructure could actually solve a lot of this. Because if we have that space, as to some extent, we have relied on a spontaneous adverse event system, and the FDA AIRS and MedWatch as a tremendous resources to conduct surveillance, not only for FDA, but also for companies and other stakeholders. So the more we create a cohesive network, or a small number of networks that really allow multiple stakeholders to utilize data, and data that will be informative and that will directly support the goal of identifying signals, evaluate them as quickly as possible, and communicate them to the public as quickly as possible, we will have addressed a lot of these needs to either create interfaces or strengthen them, or gaps.
Yeah, and it just to sort of add to that, it seems like, as we listen to what Sentinel has created, but more, leveraging that and partnering with PCORI, the NIH Collaboratory, the VA's doing a lot as an example. It seems like we're building towards that learning healthcare system, and the approach that's being taken is based off of the high priority questions. So number one, FDA needing a better system or additional tools to add to their toolbox. CDRH also, with the unique data issues with devices, has had a sort of a gap in being able to link device exposures to long-term outcomes outside of the very expensive registry process. And so that gap has sort of launched the need for energy and resources into the National Medical Device Evaluation System, the need to get better opportunities to do research for questions that are most important to patients, as an example for PCORI. And it doesn't look like we have additional questions, but maybe one last final question to the panel is, this appears to be somewhat of a coordinated effort towards a learning healthcare system. And if you all react to maybe the previous session, where we heard a lot of pilot projects, examples of where we're broadening the uses, broadening the application, but doing so in a deliberative fashion, not absent of appropriate methodologic research and validation, et cetera. So maybe the question is, are we going about this the right way to get towards a learning healthcare system?
Maybe I'll start. I think that the key word is deliberate and systematic, and ergo the strength of collaborative networks, where we might not be well served if we end up having a myriad of disparate initiatives that ultimately don't touch each other. The other important aspect, and this speaks to also how we communicate about new tools in the toolbox in safety surveillance to any stakeholder, is really frame every tool and every modalities as being part of a bigger picture. We always have to, we know that this is, the safety surveillance work is multimodal, both when it comes to methodologies as well as data sources. And it is very much in the interest of providing answers that actually are meaningful to patients and providers to really always keep in mind that bigger context and the benefit risk context.
Paul?
I think one thing to follow closely is the work that Picori's been doing with working with a variety of delivery system leaders to say, what would it really take for us to be relevant to your business needs? And if you haven't read those reports, it was actually quite harsh, the feedback about timeliness and problem formulation and so there's a variety of shared learning there, I think, for all of us around if we want to be sustainable, if we want to be patient relevant, and we want to be business relevant, we probably need to listen to those parties. And we need to create dialogues and recognize that they aren't just stakeholders, they actually are it. So I think we're still a little superficial in how we want to convince stakeholders that we got it right, rather than asking stakeholders what they need and using that in the design. And those are fundamentally different exercises.
Great. Any other comments?
I think keeping lines of communication open and making sure they're not several disparate programs that are ongoing. I think that's the key, and I think that's already coming to fruition, where there's a lot more open communication to make sure that programs that are like are being merged, or at least open lines of communication are open.
Okay, Doris?
Yeah, no, I appreciate how deliberate things have been, especially the transparency and the discussion of IMEDs and the idea that all the data or all the results would be, transparent. One thing I would ask is that consumers be involved at all levels. So if there could be a consumer involved at that board level, the governance of that organization, I think that would be ideal.
And I would just add again the word curation, that there is so much information that if it's important to my practice and to the patients that I take care of, then I want tools to be able to curate and be able to identify what it is that I'm interested in and what I need to know about, because there will be other things that are just so far away from my real world practice that they won't be relevant and I might miss the needle for the haystack.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you all to the panelists for this session. It was a terrific discussion, and so thank you. And we'll invite Mark up for the final wrap up.
I do want to thank all of our panelists on this panel and throughout the day for some tremendous presentations and great perspectives on what else needs to happen. Clearly, in the past 8 years, Sentinel has been a long way. Lots to talk about, lots of accomplishments, but I think one of the things I've noticed with these meetings is that the further you go, the more progress you make, the greater future potential and the greater the amount of work ahead seems to be. And we had a lot of discussion today about how to build on the progress to date to make the Sentinel system an even more effective and integral part of learning and developing evidence that's relevant for everyone in our healthcare system. We talked about making progress on further technical issues, common data model expansions, incorporation generation of new types of clinical and patient-reported data. We also talked about further progress toward this network model that is able to address questions about safety and effectiveness of medical products, including devices, much more effectively, and that is synergistic with other efforts to get to a learning healthcare system, one with, as the panel was just discussing, not just something in it for everyone, but designed deliberately to be as effective and efficient as possible in answering important questions in a timely way. So there also was discussion about more work needing to be done around the engagement of the public and patients. Earlier on, when Sentinel was more in the mini stage and wasn't doing quite so much, maybe a reason why people were busy, were not able to, or not as interested in paying attention to what's going on with the program. I don't think that's the case anymore, with many different inquiries being done every week, with expansions into not only more types of safety questions, but questions of effectiveness and potentially a much more integral role in FDA-related activities, as well as activities of other federal agencies and other parts of our healthcare system. So finding better ways to convey the many potential benefits for patients of getting the information and insights from this system and being part of its next steps, again, as we just discussed on the last panel, seems like a critical way of both increasing the program's impact and gaining momentum for these next steps, the accomplishments that haven't yet been made, but that could well lie in the near future. If we continue on the pace that Sentinel's been able to achieve over the last 8 years, I do see this program as being a fundamentally important driver to get to a much more effective and informed healthcare system supported by a much more informed public. I want to thank everyone who made it possible for us to get to this point in general, but particularly today with this conference. We have had a lot of active participation from those of you who are here in person. Also want to thank everyone who's joined us online, and recognize that through the website it's possible to get more information and contact us about further issues related to Sentinel. And then finally, before we adjourn, there are several people I really want to thank in particular. That goes for all of our speakers and panelists today. We've heard from leaders at FDA, from the Sentinel program, on the private side, the broader stakeholder community, a wide range of participants. We know you all are very busy, and we deeply appreciate your taking the time to share your work and your perspectives on the future, the challenges ahead, and ways to address those challenges with us today. Also want to give a special thanks to a number of the FDA staff in particular who have put a tremendous amount of effort into this program. Michael Nguyen, Carlos Bell, Aaron Neiman. They worked closely with us over the past year, and especially the past few months, to plan this event and help make sure everything came together well. And then last but certainly not least, our Duke team, Greg Daniel, Adam Otten, Pranav Arora, Joanna Klatzman, Serena Coates, I'm not out of time yet, right? And Christina Flores for all of their help in putting this event together. And again, finally, thanks to all of you for coming, for your contribution to this effort. This really is a public-private partnership. As you've heard, it's not something that FDA is doing by itself. It takes hard work and continued engagement from everyone with a stake in the better outcome for our healthcare system to make it work, and we really appreciate all you're doing to make it possible. For now, we're adjourned, and safe travels. Thank you very much.